Good afternoon, one and all, and welcome back to the WCC here on R Factor 2. Of course, this is Season 4, Round 8, the 6 hours of Road Atlanta. One of our favourite places to visit here at CFS. It offers such a vast variety of challenges for the teams, especially when it comes to endurance racing as we go through the circuit, but also very short lap time here, especially in those prototypes, which are extremely fast, and that only adds to the challenges and the huge task ahead that lays for these teams. Of course, it is round 8, which means it's a 6-hour event, and that means double points available for the teams out there this afternoon. And that will mean a lot is on the table, especially for our front-running teams. And speaking of which, we're just going to touch quickly on the standings from 2 weeks ago when we went to Interlagos, or Sao Paulo, however you want to call it. And these are the current standings for the LMP2 class. Team Rookie Monsters, 206 points on the board for you, ladies and gents. They had a really good round 2 weeks ago, coming home victorious once again. Another race victory for them this season. On-Off Racing still holding on to second place. They came fourth with 180 points on the board. And then Black Hawk Racing, they did quite well, coming home in third. 165 points there for you on the standings. Then let's go Team Racing in P4, 142 points. And then it is the 33 DSG Motorsport prototype, 136 points. Touching on the GT3 side of things, the 87 Bros Racing Ferrari still leading with 212 points. And then Luna Racing are giving chase. They took victory 2 weeks ago. Still only 187 points though on the board after those two retirements earlier in the season. Team Simco in the Porsche, 151 points, and then the two Team Rookie Monster cars are tied in 4th and 5th with 120 points on the board. There are plenty of other teams down the order as well. If you just go outside of that, Track VR Racing, they came out on a podium 2 weeks ago. They got 118 points, so they are giving chase to those two Ferraris from Team Rookie Monsters there. But plenty of others, and if you are interested, we will post the standings in the chat for you, and you can just get an idea of who is doing what in the coming stages. Anyway, that is the current standings for you after the 3 hours of Interlagos. And as you can see, we've got some GT3s going around the circuit as we speak, and they are currently about a third way into their qualifying session. They've got 15 minutes in order to obtain that front row seat. And going into the race this afternoon, it will be advantageous to be at the front, because that means you can dictate the pace, which is really important at a circuit such as Road Atlanta. So currently leading the way then, let's have a look at some of the times that we've currently got on the board. 1 minute 16.7 from Luigi Russo in the 26 BMW. That is Minato Boffa Sim Racing there. And it is a fairly big chunk advantage that they have over the next car, which is the 98 Luna Racing with Gregor Spilett behind the wheel. That is a 117.3 as they come across the start finishing line now. It's an improvement there from Gregor Spilett. It's a 116.9, so he managed to find an extra 0.4 of a second coming across the start finishing line here as one of the Ferraris comes out of pit lane. So the gap now down to 0.138 seconds. And we have Balaskis in the Porsche for Simco, or Team Simco, in third place. 117.358 on the board for him. And then it's Andrew Parkinson in the Trax VR Racing Corvette with a 117.4. So a lot of 117s. That seems to be the norm for the GT class here this afternoon. All the way up into P10, in fact, is a 117.7, which is exactly 1 second off pole position. And then if we go all the way down to the last running GT3 car, which is 18th place, we have the 29, which is, I believe, Panica Gaming's BMW with a 119.3. But then again, that could be due to... Oh, I believe he just went past the screen going sideways ever so slightly. But even still, is a few more laps to be done, so that may not even be the final standing of lap times here. As previously mentioned, it is a very tricky circuit indeed, Road Atlanta. You need to perfect those racing lines, and the balance of the car is extremely important as well, especially coming through the likes of Sector 1. As Andrew Parkinson comes over the start finishing line in P5, he's going to be pulling to one side for the time being and returning to pit lane. And the 29 from Panica Gaming is now sitting in third. So the BMWs are currently on a front row lockout it seems. All different teams, mind you, but they seem to have the advantage here this afternoon, which may prove vital to their championship hopes. So we'll follow Arkadiusz Triba around the circuit for the time being. He's about to start his next flying lap as he flashes the headlights, probably saying to the car ahead that I'm going to be going soon. And we will stay on board and give you guys a front row seat as to what it's like to go around the circuit of Road Atlanta at speed in one of these GT cars. And then when the LMP2s finally get a chance to enter the circuit, we will then do the same for them, just so you can understand the speed differences that we're going to be faced with here this afternoon. So if he wants to improve on his personal best, he will need to find an extra 0.3 seconds if he's going to move up to second place. If he wants to take first, then it will be an extra half a second. So very tricky last corner here at Road Atlanta, which is turn 12. Over to the left-hand side and stay off the curbing. You might just touch it ever so slightly, but if you attack it aggressively, can unsettle the car. Over to the left, use the cones as your braking reference, and then down into fourth or third. Carry the speed through, don't touch the brakes as much as possible, and then it's early braking for turns 3. Attack the inside curb, that will set you up for the next downhill section into sector 1, which is the S's. Very difficult overtaking sector here. You want to carry as much momentum down the hill for the uphill, which is turn 5. Use all the curbing on the right hand side as we pass one of the cars which has span out at the top of the hill. That is allowed, and then back over to the left. Use the 100-meter board as your reference, down into third. Carry the speed through. Bit of a hesitation coming from the car there. It's kind of oversteered slightly, and then slow things right down for the turn 7, because that then catapults you onto the back straight towards the final chicane, which is turn 10. Good overtaking opportunity here. Plenty to go 3 wide in some cases, as we've seen before in some of our previous events, and then want to hug the right hand side and use that braking zone. 150-meter board is your reference down for the GT3s, and you can use the curbing as much as you like. Attack it aggressively because you want to be able to exit as fast as possible over the crest of the hill, which is a really tough blind spot. If there's accidents there over the crest of that hill, then it is very interesting indeed. And Arkadiusz Triba actually improves on that previous lap and is now only 0.028 seconds off first place. Now, he has made a mistake coming into the first corner, so that I doubt that is going to be a faster lap time than previous. But that's enough to secure second place, and Gregor Spiller and the Luda Racing BMW gets demoted down into third. So just from that onboard footage, we could see the speed being carried through, and that's going to present a lot of tyre degradation for these cars as well. So tyre management is going to be crucial here, as well as keeping that overall pace as high as possible. Arkadiusz got enough fuel for one more go at podium position here, and Luigi Ruzzo still leading with a 1:16.7. Balaskis in the 18 is still in 4th, and Andrew Parkinson in P5 is just 0.6 seconds off pole position as well. So it is these 3 BMWs that appear to have the pace to secure the front rows for the time being. And he's decided to come in this lap for some reason. So he was warming up the tyres, probably was debating whether or not he could make it perhaps. Gregor Spiller in the meantime coming down to the final sector. No purples this time by, unfortunately. In fact, they aren't even his personal best as he comes over the crest of the hill. 2 minutes remaining here in the GT3 qualifying session before the LMP2s are allowed to enter. And there's about 3 GT cars all coming out of pit lane. Just following Gregor Spiller now as he comes. Actually, he's decided to abandon that particular lap, so losing some ground in the first sector. It was in fact slower than the previous lap, according to the live timing information that we're getting, so clearly not finding the extra 10th or 2 that he needs at this stage. Let's head further down the order just to get some readings for you all watching on the live stream. So Dennis Castillo Sims, because we've already touched on the top 5, which is still in the hands of Tracks VR Racing. Then Dennis Castillo Sims in the 87 for Bros Racing. That's the first of the Ferraris here. And then the 97, which is also Luna Racing. That's their sister car. And followed by, in P8, is the 88 Ferrari from Bros Racing as well. Running out in P9, we have Row Racing in the 23. And then Bradley Sellers for Team Rookie Monsters in P10. We've got 17 of the GT cars here this afternoon. And it looks like one of them may have just rejoined. Yeah, so one of them got disconnected at some point. So that's the 76. So he'll have to find an extra bit of time in order to make that count.
Race control, GT3 qualifying now over. You may finish your current lap. LP2s may enter the circuit. Please be wary of other cars currently finishing their lap.
So LMP2s are now free to enter the circuit. Luigi Russo still in charge here at the GT3. And Panica Gaming are inside pit lane, as is the 98 with Gregor Bulat. So looks like the top 3 or 4 positions are spoken for, as the 88 comes across the start finishing line, settling for P7. So that is your starting order for the GT3s, as the LMP2s now come out onto the circuit for the first time. So just as we're waiting for the LMP2s to start, here is your starting order for the GT3s. Luigi Russo first place, followed by Arcadius from Panica Gaming in second, Luna Racing in third, and then Velasquez in the Porsche in fourth. Andrew Parkinson in P5 for Tracks VR Racing, followed by Bros Racing in P6 and P7, so they managed to start alongside one another. And then P8 is Luna Racing. Then it's the stock skin for Rose Racing in 23 in 9th, Team Rookie Monsters in P10, Houdini Racing in the Bentley in P11, and then the 19 Simcoe in P12. Vaughan Freeman for Tracks VR Racing in P13, the number 80 for Shattered Windshield Racing, followed in P15 by Minato Boffa Sim Racing, and then the last remaining Ferrari from Team Rookie Monsters. Running out the last 2 positions is a McLaren with Wayne Newton. That's the Task Force. There's a new entry for this round joining us this afternoon, and then we have Bartek Messier. He got disconnected and wasn't able to set a lap time. So we're now following around Blackhawk Racing as they start to complete their first outlaps here. And Royal Blue Racing just ahead of Kasabakis there. And coming down into turns 10, which is the chicane. So here comes the first flying laps then, as they come across the start-finishing line. The number 4 goes P5. Kasabakis leading the way, 1:08.4 is the fastest time so far this afternoon. On-off Racing, they're currently sitting in second place here in the championship standings after round 7. Currently sitting in second place, 0.155 is the gap to that front row seat. 1:08.579 is their personal best, as there's smoke coming from the number 1, driven by Henry Drury, clearly closing that radiator gap to get as much aerodynamic ability out of that car. So a slight improvement there from Nicholas Lemoyne as he closes that gap down 0.03 of a second to pole position, still held by Kasabakis in Blackhawk Racing number 66. Now he's going for another flying lap, this time by coming down sector 1. Let's see what the readings say. Are we going to get any purples coming through over the top of the hill at turn 5? No, he's decided to abandon it. There was a slight wiggle as he came over the crest there. We've also got a new entry for this afternoon, which is the 17. And they are currently sitting in pit lane and sitting in 3rd place. So a very strong first showing, which is Team RGPL. I'm not sure what the RGPL stands for, unfortunately. But yeah, they are now in P4 as the 15 with Mantis Rikus, who used to be, I don't know if many of you that follow the series, but he used to be part of Team Rookie Monsters, but he's now decided to drive for Juice's Motorsports Club for this particular round. I'm not too sure why, but that's going to be a strong showing as they sit in 1st place with a 108.62 there. Okay, so this is going to be the outlap for the 17 and the 15. Again, the number 17 with David behind the wheel. Currently sitting in P5 at the moment with a 108.5. And we'll go on board for their flying lap as they come down into the start-finishing line here at Road Atlanta. And this is where you'll see the difference in speed, especially when going through the S's in Sector 1 here. And that will be causing these guys a lot of problems when the GT3 traffic comes into the mix. So he's trying to generate some space in between the cars ahead. On board with the 17 then as he comes over the crest of the hill. And already coming through the final corner, aggressive on the inside curb, but the speed difference compared to the GTs is clearly visible. Coming down to turn 1, using all of the road available, over to the right hand side or mid-circuit for turn 3. Kind of missed the apex there for the mid-circuit as someone tries to rejoin after being disconnected, and down through the S's. A lot of different speeds coming from these LMP2s, and inside curb for turn 5, and using everything available on the exit on the right hand side. Once again over to the left, using your braking marker, which is 100 meters again. Carry the speed through, get off the brake and let the momentum carry you through, and then slow it right down for turn 7 before accelerating straight onto turns 9 and the back straight here. Preparing himself for the chicane ahead. It's all about finding that right moment to brake. As soon as the curbing presents itself, and he spins full 180 and into the grass, and that is the exact challenge that will face him during the race session as well, unfortunately. There's just such a fine line between everything going smoothly and then everything snapping and falling out of control. And he isn't the only one that's done that here this afternoon either. I've seen plenty of GT and LMP2 cars going left, right and all over the place in qualifying as they try to find the extra 10th or 2. Following Nicholas Lemoyne at the moment around the circuit. He's sitting in 4th. 108.4 is the current best from this particular team. Mantis Rica still holding on to first with a 107.9 there. So that last lap was an improvement from the 79 from Monoff Racing up to his 3rd place now. So extra 0.2 seconds found and located, and that's enough to secure 3rd place and demote the 66 from Blackhawk Racing down into P4 for the moment. Paul Holt for the DSG Motorsport outfit is in P5 with a 108.568. So strong showing from these guys as well. And their sister car is in P8 as well. Black Hawk Racing, the number 6, also now in 2nd place. They are sitting in 3rd in the standings, so that's a strong result for them here this afternoon. They know they've got the pace now, and in fact the 66, their sister car, just steals away 2nd place before I can even announce that. So it is the 15 from Mantis Ricas for Juicy's Motorsport Club, and the number 6 takes it back. No way, that is incredible. So the 66 clearly after 2nd place, but the other car, the sister car, clearly saying, no, get back in 3rd. This is where we belong. So, good old bit of inter-team competition as they try to find the strongest position going forward. Now it is a green sector for Roman in the number 6 so far, coming out of sector 1, so he is looking to improve on his personal best. He's got to find an extra 0.2 seconds in order to claim pole position away from Mantis Ricas. Same goes for sector 2, it's a green, so he is improving on his personal best into the chicane. Just manages to hold on to the car and it's gone. Yep, already drifting into turns 10, just biting off more than the car can handle. And that would have cost him at least 0.3 or 0.4 seconds alone just trying to rectify that slide. Royal Blue Racing coming around the corner now as they come home in P10 for the moment. 0.9 seconds off that pole position, which just goes to show how close the qualifying is here with these cars. And one thing about qualifying is that many of people know is that it is not the end of the world. Although it is comfortable knowing that you are one of the faster guys out on the grid, especially here at Road Atlanta, that is going to mean, well, it's not going to mean much at all considering when the GT3 traffic becomes a factor to consider. Same goes for the GT3s as well, because it is so compact here. If you imagine all of the cars going around the circuit at once, and if you catch a bundle of them going through the S's, it doesn't matter what class you're in, it's going to slow you down considerably. This race is all about patience, all about judgment. When is the right time to pass, or when is the right time to make that move for that position, and that is going to be the deciding factor for most of these guys here. Only a few more moments left in qualifying here with 2.5 minutes, or just over 2.5 minutes still remaining. And Mantis Ricas still holding on to 1st place. We have the 79 coming back out of pit lane once again for one final attempt at getting onto those podium positions. The 17 team RGPL moving up into P5 after going down into 7th. So fighting back in the closing stages of qualifying. We've also got Max Shelton for the 33 DSG Motorsport team. He's moving up into P6 and he's going to be starting alongside his teammate Paul Holt, who is just behind. And then we've got both the Team Rookie Monster cars in 8th and 10th as Royal Blue Racing just separate them in that split moment as I was going to say it. So Adam Shipstone in the number 2 in P8, starting ahead of Henry Jury in P10 for the number 1. That is quite worrying news. They are leading the championship. They won 2 weeks ago at Interlagos. It was a really good race, so if you haven't watched that, I highly suggest you go to our YouTube channel and rewind and watch that as best you can. After this, of course, because this is going to be epic race as well. But yeah, it was a strong weekend for them. So could this be a start of a bad one for them? They're still in a 108.7. So if that is racing pace, I doubt they're too worried about it, in all honesty. And of course, it is a 6-hour event here. So plenty of things to do tactically in order to move forward up the order. Now David's just coming onto the start finishing line now. And about to begin his final lap as we enter the final minute of qualifying. And on board with Roman as he's coming down, we just saw a bit of purple as he came down into the first sector. Hence why we've switched over in that split moment in time. And it is green, both for the 66 and the number 6 indeed. So both Black Hawk Racing cars on the prowl for that extra 10th or 2 and maybe able to demote Mantis Rikas from that podium position. The number 66 makes a mistake in Sector 2 though. He's not broken his personal best this time by. And it's a 108.1 from Kasabakis in the 66. Here comes Roman in the number 6 sister car. Is he going to be able to take back second place from the other vehicle? And he comes across the start finishing line. Is it going to be enough? Yes, it is. So the number 6 able to find that extra 2 tenths that's required, but not just shy of first place by 0.07 of a second there for you, ladies and gents. That is how close it gets in our qualifying sessions here in WCC, as always. We do still have a few cars out on the circuit. Royal Blue Racing coming across the start finish line from P9. Is it going to be a personal best? Timing doesn't suggest, but he's staying in P9 unfortunately for them, which is how that is. So that is the end of qualifying, ladies and gents. Let's have a quick look at the starting order for you before we go over to the warm-up session. As previously mentioned, then it is Mantis Rikas for Juices Motorsport Club, his first event in the team. And in second place is Black Hawk Racing. And staying alongside in the final pole positions is the sister car, the 66. On-Off Racing in 4th, followed by Team RGPL in P5. Max Scholten for DSG Motorsports in P6, followed by Team Rookie Monsters and the number 2. In P8 we have Paul Holt for DSG Motorsports, and 9th place belongs to Royal Blue Racing. And then in P10 we have Team Rookie Monsters, and the final of the LMP2s here this afternoon is Juices Motorsport Club. That's the end of qualifying, ladies and gents. I hope you did enjoy. It has been close as always. Right now, though, we're going to go for a quick commercial break before the teams all line up for the start of the 6 hours of Road Atlanta, which is round 8 of WCC. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back. See you in a bit. Good afternoon, one and all. Welcome back to the live stream here. You're joining us just before the start of the race for round 8 of the WCC. And of course, we are at the gorgeous one and only Road Atlanta in Georgia. Now, we've just had a great qualifying session. If you haven't viewed that already, then I highly suggest that you go back in time on the YouTube, Twitch, Facebook, wherever you are watching here this afternoon, and just have a quick look at those lap times. It was extremely close, and it displayed, as we went on board with both the GTs and the LMP2s, what challenges face the drivers here this afternoon going forward, as we are about to enter the 6 hours of Road Atlanta. Well, the drivers lining up on the grid at the moment for you, and about to start the race. 29 teams and drivers here ready to do battle, and double points available for those interested in the standings of the championship itself. If you are interested in what's about to happen or how they are looking in terms of who is where, then there is a link being posted in the YouTube chat, so you can have a good gander at who is where. Let's move on to the starting order then for you, as the race will soon get underway. It's a manual rolling start, and they will all be starting on the back straight to compensate for both classes here this afternoon, as they get all nice and lined up in double file formation. So from qualifying then, GC's Motorsports Club leading the way with Mantis Rikus and both the Black Hawk Racing cars in second and third, followed by Nicholas Lemoyne in On-Off Racing in P4. P5 belongs to Team RGPL, their first showing here, and DSG Motorsports in P6, Team Rookie Monsters in P7, and the other DSG Motorsport car in P8. Royal Blue Racing round out in P9, followed by Team Rookie Monsters, the number 1, our championship leaders here. And then Juices Motorsports round up the final position there with Jeff Klaus. In GT3, it belongs to Minato Boffa Sim Racing in P1, Panica Gaming in third, P2, and Luna Racing in third. Team Simco, and then Tracks VR Racing in fourth and fifth. Rose Racing Ferrari in P6, and then Sister Car alongside for the start, followed by Luna Racing, and then Row Racing, also a stock skin, hence why you've got that weird graphical feature. Team Rookie Monsters in the number 3 are then joined alongside by Houdini Racing, Team Simco in the 19 Porsche, and then Tracks VR Racing Am with Vaughan Freeman behind the wheel. Chequered Windshield Racing in the 25 position, Minato Boffa Sim Racing in their 111 BMW, and then Team Rookie Monsters with Simon Marshall, and then Wayne Newton in the McLaren. Their first showing here this afternoon. Last of the running cars is Bartek Misiak, Panica Gaming. He wasn't able to set a lap time here this afternoon, so he starts at the back of the grid. That was race control, just reminding everyone that they are starting on the back end of the circuit here, as we now await for them to be given the green flag to go ahead. It will be, I presume, past the motor sign, so we're waiting for both the classes LMP2 and GT3 to enter the straight before being released of this 6-hour
race control,
race.
prepare for green flag.
Getting ready now as they all line up side by side. Mantis Ricus waiting for the green.
Green.
And we are off, ladies and gents. So Juices Motorsport off to a strong start, as is the number 6 and the 66 from Blackhawk Racing. They are widening out, making sure that nobody can get past. On-off Racing looking for an opportunity left and right. And we've got also a bit of a tangle in the back end between the number 1 and some of the other back markers. I think there was Royal Blue Racing. All coming over the crest of the hill. Mantis Ricus getting a good getaway from the rest of the pack already, up to half a second as they all come down into the first corner, or the start finishing line here. Team RGP are having a little peek down the inside of Nicholas de Moyne for on-off racing before tucking back inside. We're now entering the technical S's, and we've got a few LMP2s going down the order. In fact, yeah, I think number 1 is in pit lane, or having a few issues. So Henry Drury in the number 1 Team Rookie Monster car, obviously having a little spin at some point. He's got a lot of work to do now to get back through the order. Also down is the Royal Blue Racing car, and also I believe we have one of the DSG Motorsport machines. Yes, Paul Holt in the mix here now, and he's got a horrible task of trying to get past all of the GT3s. Speaking of GT3s, Gregor Spiller is now leading the way, so the 98 from Luna Racing leads ahead of the 11, which is Andrew Parkinson, and then we have Panica Gaming and Arcadius Retriever. Not too sure what's happened to the leading BMW, which was Luigi Russo. He's obviously run into some problems, as he was in fact first in qualifying, but now finds himself all the way down in P17 overall, which I believe is about P8 in class. A few cars coming down the hill. This is the Rose Racing Ferrari in P7, and he's had that position taken as they get a bit argy-bargy there on the chicane. Just calm it down, guys. It's the start of a very long race. You don't really want to be making moves like that in the first few laps of Road Atlanta. It's going to be a dangerous race as it is. You know, if you start going wheel to wheel at short notice, then it's only going to cause complications. Back to the LMP2s. Max Shelton holding off the number 2 from Team Rookie Monsters, who is... Oh, and there's a big moment there for the 16. Gets sideways into turn 7, which is going to now leave him exposed to the number 4 Royal Blue Racing prototype. Coming down the back straight now. And they are side by side for 8th place in class. Not able to actually capitalise on that manoeuvre whatsoever. I thought the number 4 was going to be able to get alongside with plenty of time to spare, but it seems to be that the 15 was able to hold on, which is good news for them. Or the 16, my apologies. Side by side, coming down to turn 10 is the Simco car. 26, Luigi Russo, clearly on the drive of his life now as he tries to regain some ground. On board with Velasquez. Now coming down through the S's. Traffic seems to be spreading out quite quickly here. So the teams will be settling into their rhythm for the remainder of their stint. GT3s I'm expecting to last for at least an hour. It's a very high-speed circuit here. And it'll be interesting to see how the tyres hold out, especially in the GT cars, as they have less aerodynamics, so a lot more strain being put on all four sides of the car for this particular class. Approaching from behind, we have Bradley Sellers in the number 3 Ferrari for Team Ricky Monsters, having a look down the inside line of the chicane. Gets closed off by the Porsche just in the nick of time. And drifting a bit sideways, so those rears are starting to struggle here. Now the leading car has started to get away in the form of Mantis Rikas, so Juicy's Motorsport up to 1.2 seconds now. In the meantime, Royal Blue Racing trying to catch back up to the 16 and make a move for position. So the gap's up to 0.6 seconds and closing down as they come through turn 1 at the moment. And up across the hill at turn 3. On board with the number 4. 16's getting a bit wonky coming through turns 3 and 4. And down the hill they go. Still remaining at about 0.5 seconds here. So it seems to be the number 4 is very strong in sector 1. And the 16 might have a bit less aero coming down the back straight. Oh, bit of a moment. So there's a little love tap from the number 4. Bit over ambitious coming down into that corner. Is he going to let him back by, I think? No, he's still going to make the move. Was a bit of a push to pass. And allows the position to be taken back. Not too sure if that was his by intention or whether or not he was just outbraked by the 16. But back into P9 there. Let's have a look at the GT3 battle for P7. This is Luigi Russo against the Bros Racing Ferrari. We saw this just a few moments ago at the start of the race. And we've also going to disregard that for a small moment as the leaders are about to do battle. Gregor Spulat in Luna Racing against Andrew Parkinson for Trax VR Racing. Having a look left and right into the braking zone at turn 10. Down to 0.4 seconds as they come into the next lap. And also close behind we have Arkadis Satriva in the BMW. He's only around 1.2 seconds adrift in P3. So Gregor Spiller in charge of the race here in the GT class. It's now extending that gap coming through turn 5. So see how the Corvette fares in the slipstream, and here comes the first of the traffic for the LMP2 class. So this is going to be interesting. Of course, we've already mentioned this in the qualifying, but it's now becoming a reality. The GT3 cars are having an effect on the standings in the LMP2 order of things. Still Mantis Rikas leading by at least 0.7 seconds, but that advantage that he had at the start has now evaporated as he tries to navigate through the slower class of cars. We now have Sabakis under pressure from Nicholas Lemoyne as well. He's just a few seconds behind as he comes down into the final corner. Nicholas Lemoyne going around the inside. Very close manoeuvre between On-Off Racing, and that was also Vaughan Freeman in the TransVR Racing car. Just snuck it up on the inside at the latest moment possible. And Nicholas Lemoyne holding back, waiting to catapult on the exit of turn 5, which he does now, accelerating past one of the Simco Porsches. And that's cost him a bit of time to the 66 ahead. Just remember, this race is all about patience, as he now has Team RGPL behind in the 17. Their first showing here in this series. Coming to switch back on Nicholas Lemoyne side by side. They've got the Bentley ahead of Houdini Racing. They're both going to go around the inside, but Team RGPL choose correctly the first time. Bit of hesitation from Nicholas Lemoyne as a BMW rejoining, and it's very near. Oh, yeah, that's all gone horribly wrong. Yeah, Nicholas Lemoyne, he just so nearly avoided that incident. He was doing incredibly well. Nothing they could have done. The BMW was spinning out in front of them. And yeah, over the crest of the hill, so trying to get into pit lane. Probably doesn't even know that he's missing a rear wing here.
Well, drivers is race control, caution. There is a car stationary on the entry into pit lane.
So number 1 arrives and hits them as well. So that's a lot of damage now to the 79. Not much that they could have done there, unfortunately, I don't think. They were just kind of stuck in the middle of everything that was unfolding around them.
The driver's track is clear. Track is clear.
Gregor Spilak coming down into turn 10. He's got that gap up to 0.7 seconds now to Andrew Parkinson for the Corvette. Now in clear air is the leading LMP2, so not many GT3s. Of course, where they're all compact at the start of the race, they will have at least half of the circuit that is free of GT traffic. But now within striking distance is the number 6. He will have the slipstream coming down the back straight, and it's down to 0.7 seconds. So Mantis Rikas was driving for Team Rookie Monsters earlier this season before being replaced by Henry Drury. Now, obviously, into politics isn't our business, but for whatever reason, he's finding himself inside the 15 here this afternoon, and it looks like they are on track to be one of their best results if all goes well. And I will touch wood for you now before I give you the commentator's curse. But they will have to do battle with both the Black Hawk Racing cars. They're still in striking distance. Number 66 is around 2 seconds behind. And we have a battle going on in the GT3 field as well. This is for P16 in class. And still ongoing. This is Martin Maggi and Bartek Masiek. So he was, of course, at the back of the order after qualifying. But now finds himself at least 4 positions up, so it just goes to show that if you just keep going, then you will sooner or later make progress. Dennis Castillo-Sims in the 87. He has Bradley Sellers in the number 3 behind for company. Coming onto the back straight once more. And slipstream in effect, and 0.7 seconds between them. Close behind also we've got Velasquez in the 18 Simco Porsche. So keep an eye on that one, as he's no doubt going to be coming forward into the fray. On board with Bradley Sellers now. So that is Paul Holt going by in the 57 LMP2. He's recovering quite nicely up into 9th place, so he's been able to get past all the traffic after their earlier incident at the start of the race. Let's move over to GT3. Luna Racing trying to hold off Tracks VR Racing with Andrew Parkinson behind the wheel still. Gap is now down to 0.2 seconds as they come into Sector 1 in the S's. So the BMW seems to be very strong indeed in the first few corners here, which may explain the qualifying results that we had this afternoon before going into the race. The BMWs were very strong indeed. Corvettes were just outside of those podium positions. But it will be the straight line speed which makes the difference here, I believe, as Tracks VR Racing are within the slipstream and already coming down into 0.6 seconds. So they need to maintain that gap as best as possible, as it's coming down now, 0.5 seconds. It's probably going to be 0.4 on the point of entry to the braking zone here. And getting slightly airborne as they come over the crest of the hill. Turns 11, final corner. And back down to 0.4 seconds now. So Tracks VR Racing starting to apply the pressure for the lead at this stage after just 15 minutes of racing. Now the question will be what the last laps say about their personal best. So let's have a quick little look. So Gregor Spillett was slightly faster on that last lap, 1:19.086. Andrew Parkinson was a 1:19.158. So there's hardly anything in the gap. But it is still a slight advantage. So you have Arcadius Truba in the picture as well, close behind. Now that gap is up to 1 second, so they are starting to lose some ground here to the leading car. As there's one of the GT3s coming into pit lane, so that's very bizarre indeed. In the meantime, we've got this battle starting to unfold still. So this is Dennis Castilla-Sims and Bradley Sellers, still ongoing from the last time that we had a small look. And fighting for 5th place here. Now battle between the
Driver
two
penalty
sister
for car
cars.
number 87 for causing a collision with car number 26.
And the two Blackhawk Racing prototypes going side by side now as they fight over second place. The leader in the meantime, Antis Rikas, going into first with at least an advantage of 3.5 seconds as they get caught up once behind one of the Ferraris there. Nice aerial view of the number 6 coming through the S's here for the LMP2s. And not any traffic in sight for them to worry about for the time being. It's going on board with the number 6. He's in the slipstream, 0.7 seconds to the sister car ahead. And let's see if he can bring that down as we go into the chicane. So thankfully not much traffic to contend with for the time being. In the GT3 class, however, things are very different indeed. We've got this three-way battle currently unfolding. This is led by Luna Racing, all for P8, and there's at least 5 cars all within short succession of one another. Brought up by Simon Marshall in the back in P12. Our leaders in classes in GT3 are also starting to come back together again. 0.7 seconds as they go down the back straight once more. So TransVR Racing keeping Luna Racing, our class leaders, honest at the moment. And here comes the Ferrari. So Porsche going defensive now. Switching for the outside line, or the optimal racing line for the braking zone into the chicane. Dennis Castillo-Sims coming down to the inside in the Ferrari. Little swipe down the inside and takes the position away. Further back though, we've got Row Racing in the 23. Simon Marshall. Oh, he's actually gone off. Simon Marshall is off onto the grass, keeps it out of the barrier just in the nick of time. Of course, once you go onto that green stuff, it does try to suck you towards the concrete walls. But nicely managed there by Simon Marshall. He's lost a few positions though, down into P15. And he now has Bartek Marciak in the BMW for company. He's within striking distance, 0.5 seconds there. Now following the BMW from Panica Gaming, coming down into the braking zone. He is gaining ground on Simon Marshall here. Not close enough to make the move though. Applies the brakes at the latest possible moment in order to make the corner. But he is indeed close this time by, coming over the crest of the hill, the final corner. 0.3 seconds separating them as they come across the start-finishing line here. Aggressively attacking the curb at turn 3. chucked the right side of the BMW into the air just momentarily before resettling once more. That's what I just love about Road Atlanta, though. It's like a mini Sebring in a way. It's all high-speed corners. You attack the curbs and they just unsettle the car, but they also can be used to gain time and that optimal racing line if you set your car up right with the suspension and the bump stops, etc. So it is one of those circuits that is just so fast-paced. You've got to be switched on at all times. And here comes the BMW on the Ferrari. Look at the speed gain from the slipstream as he comes on the attack. Still not close enough, though, to make an attempt for position. And we're going to switch back to our leading GT3s here. Gregor Spillat now has to let one of the LMP2s go through as the 16 gets it all wrong on the exit of turn 7. And that's actually cost Andrew Parkinson a lot of time there, because he was within striking distance, 0.6 seconds in fact, before the previous corner. But compensating for the LMP2's mistake, he's actually gone outside the slipstream window now. Here comes Team Simco. Velasquez applying pressure to Bradley Sellers in the Ferrari, of Team Rookie Monsters here. Switching to the inside. This is for 5th place in class. Coming down to turn 1.4 seconds between these two. And something has happened to Dennis Castillo Sims, the 87. Ah, yes, they served that penalty, didn't they? The drive-through earlier on, which is why they've gone out of this particular battle, because they were in the mix for the top 5. Just a few moments ago. We've actually got a 3-way fight for the back end positions, P12 and 13 here, and there's quite a few cars in the mix for this particular one, as Wayne Newton brings up the rear in P13, and the 88 and also the 88 brings up P11 ahead. So got about 3 or 4 cars all within a few seconds of one another. And the McLaren, the only one here in the season for the 720S variant. Their first showing here at Road Atlanta in round 8. On board with the McLaren. Ooh, gets a bit sideways coming into the final corner. Must have been a small bit of wheel on the grass, and that just unsettles the car. Back over to this fight for P5 then. Bradley Sellers holding off Velasquez in the Simco Porsche. He thought about going for the inside, but wasn't close enough. Obviously didn't feel confident that it would be a nice clean pass. Waiting for the next opportunity. Still within 0.3 seconds of the Ferrari ahead. Here comes your leader, Mantis Rikas, going past these two guys. Juicy's Motorsport Club still in the lead by at least 9 seconds now, coming across the start-finishing line. And Henry Drury in the number 1, slicing between these two. And he's currently sitting in 10th place in the prototype class. But that has cost the Porsche behind just a bit of time. It's now up to 0.5 seconds. So we'll switch over to the GT3 fight, and here comes the Corvette into the braking zone at turn 10. And he seems to be able to regain that ground every time an LMP2 car comes by to widen that gap once more. He always seems to be finding a way to reattach himself to the back end of Luna Racing in first place. Panica Gaming, in the meantime, are 3.5 seconds behind. So that gap is slowly but surely being extended. And let's have a look at some of the best lap times we've got here. In fact, it is the number 11 that holds the best lap in the GT3 class, with a 1:18.4. That's at least 0.2 seconds faster than Gregor Spielat here. And the last laps for you is 1:19.3 and 1:19.1 respectively for first and second. So they are slowly but surely gaining ground on the leading car. On board with Trax VR Racing then in their Corvette, coming onto the back straight. And it's getting close, but it's just not close enough to make a move. He needs that straight to be just a bit longer in order to make that work for him. Coming down to the final corner, it is slowly getting smaller. That gap is down to 0.2 seconds now, surely, if not by a hair's width. And this is where the BMW seems to get away, coming through turns 3 and down through the S's. And one of the LMP2s, that's Mantis Ricus once again. Look how quickly that's come back around the circuit. Just shows the difference in speed for both the classes here in this particular series and the event itself. It just seemed like a moment ago where we saw Mantis going past some of the other GTs, and he's already lapping them once again. So really quick lap times coming from these prototypes. Now this is definitely closer this time by 0.5 seconds here from Andrew Parkinson. And Trax VR Racing going to attempt a move for the lead, surely now this time, as the slipstream comes into effect. 0.2 seconds, 0.1 seconds, coming down on the attack. Down the inside he goes, onto the grass just by a small slither, and into the braking zone at the chicane. Luna Racing fending off down the inside line before opting. Oh, and that's a big crash somewhere.
30. Car number 23, because
that is a big crash. I think that might be...
Make a mistake, hold your brakes so you don't crash into other cars.
I think that might be the sister car of the 97 for Luna Racing. Yes, it is. So we've got our first DNF. That is Camille behind the wheel for the 97. He just crashed on the top of the hill on the exit of the chicane. Luckily, out of the way just in the nick of time. It was stationary inside on, just over the crest. It would have been invisible to anyone coming into pit lane. So luckily escaped just in time. Back to our leaders though. Now that must have frightened the Trax VR Corvette just ever so slightly, because they did drop back behind 1 second, 1.5 seconds in fact, after that particular incident. So no doubt they had to take some sort of precaution to avoid that incident. But we'll keep an eye on this and come back to it when it starts to heat up once again. Now we are coming into the halfway mark here of the first hour in this afternoon's event. Mantis Ricus still leading the way for the prototypes by 12.5 seconds now. So Juices Motorsports really on a flying lap, or session, shall we say, stint. And they will be due into pit lane very shortly, potentially in the next 15 to 20 minutes or so. He comes down the inside of one of the Porsches, which is the Shattered Windshield Racing number 80. You've got the two Black Hawk Racing cars coming home in second and third. They are still within eye shot of one another, 1.5 seconds separating these two, and it is the 66 that is leading the trio in second place. And then you have to go back a further 10 seconds before you see the 17 from Team RGPL. So they're having a strong first showing here in WCC. David Steele behind the wheel from the start, and Max Scholten for DSG Motorsports in P5. We then got Adam Shipstone in the number 2 car. Oh, here comes Mantis Rikas now. So half an hour's worth of racing completed and already in pit lane. That means that Kasabakis goes into first place for the time being for Black Hawk Racing, and the sister car, the number 6, is also following suit. So this is when the true endurance racing side of things begins to unfold. It is just the very start of it, of course. The tactics, the strategies will start to unfold, and be interesting to see how far into the stint the Black Hawk Racing guys can go before they too have to dive into pit lane to refill those fuel tanks. Royal Blue Racing also now in pit lane as they re-enter the circuit limit, so catching the back end of that particular pit stop the first time in as they rejoin in front of the Porsche. Just about get ahead and still going slightly side by side as they try to get the car back under control, but clearly didn't want to get stuck behind the Porsche coming through the S's, but it must have been a very hairy moment indeed. Got some further battles beginning to unfold in the GT3 class. This is the number 111 BMW in 11th place, giving chase to the Ferrari ahead for Bros Racing. This is the red variant instead of the green that we're used to seeing. And that is the good thing about WCC, that points are still available even if you are outside the top 10, all the way down to P15 in fact, is where people will still be awarded points. So even though you aren't in the top 10 fighting for overall victory, you can still have a good old battle between some of the guys further down the order. Or the Ferrari's getting a bit wide on the exit. That can easily turn into an oversteer moment and send you into the barrier separating you and the pit lane. I've seen that happen many, many times before. So you just have to kind of open the steering and pray that you can somehow get onto the grey stuff once more before continuing the race. Slightly behind these guys is Wayne Newton for the Task Force team and their McLaren, and they are starting to come under attack by Martin and the 80 Shattered Windshield Racing Porsche. And just up the road we've also got this battle unfolding between Bartek Masiek and Simon Marshall, slipstream in effect and closing them down into the braking zone at turn 10, opting for the inside line, and the Ferrari's got the inside option. Both into the apex of 10A and exiting 10B. Simon Marshall is still alongside. He's got a slight advantage coming over the crest of the hill. Nice move there by Simon Marshall and the Ferrari from Team Rookie Monsters. So Blackwall Racing is still going strong in the lead here for the prototype class. They're completing many more laps compared to the 15. As they get past the Tracks VR Racing Corvette. They themselves have fallen off the lead slightly, up to 3.5 seconds. Gregor Spielati starting to get away. But in the background you could see the yellow and black BMW from Panicky Gaming starting to close down on that second place position. So we'll definitely keep an eye on that one. So back both the Blackwall Racing cars, so they are going side by side. The number 6 is taking the lead here. And coming down into the braking zone. So it'll be interesting once again, already mentioned, they've currently completed their pit stops. So they've done 32 laps. We've already missed it, unfortunately. So yeah, let me just confirm that is the case. Yeah, so they've just both come into the pit lane after 32 laps here, and they've just come out in first and second. So not too sure where the 15 has ended up. It would have been the driver change with Toin Le. So we now have Mantis Freakers out of the car, and the 15 has conducted its first driver change of this afternoon. So they will have lost the lead now. So I was expecting them to reappear in first place after the Blackhawk cars went in, but that hasn't been the case. So it's now up to the current driver to do his job in order to make sure that Mantis has a good position to come back to. Where are they at the moment? They're 7 seconds behind the third place car. That belongs to the 17 now. They move up the order for Team RGPL. And fifth place rather is the number 2 from Team Ricky Monsters, and that's a further 13 seconds behind. So they've got lots of breathing room, both front and back, for the time being, and he just needs to now find that rhythm and settle down for the long run. Now this battle still has not decided to die down just as of yet. This is Team Ricky Monsters number 3 and Team Simco fighting over P5 as we come into the closing stages of the first hour here. Now they've been in this position for at least 15 to 20 minutes, and neither team seems to be able to claim an advantage before we get to the first round of pit stops. GT3s again usually take around an hour to empty their fuel tanks, and expect them to come in at around the 5-hour mark.
All drivers with control, code 8, 10 seconds.
No, we've had an incident somewhere on the grid. Let's see if we can find it.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Code 80 enforced.
So I'm just having a look at these sector times to see who potentially has come into contact at some point. All the GT3 cars are diving into pit lane in the meantime. So you've got Panica Gaming, you've got Gregor Spilat for Luna Racing, Menanto for Sim Racing, and the 26 all coming into pit lane. And those are your leading GT3s. Andrew Parkinson also for Tracks VR Racing, all diving into the pits with 20 minutes remaining. So they're going for the early pit stop here in hopes that that will repay the, or return the favour later on in this race. Now, I'm not too sure what's caused the code 80, unfortunately. There's still 28 running cars. We've only had that one DNF, which is from the 97 Luna Racing car with Camille behind the wheel. We've already seen that accident. That was quite some time ago. In comes the 23. There might be some damage to the front end of that particular car. As Gregor Spilak gets back underway. Panica Gaming lead, actually, ahead of the 98 in the 29 BMW. So a nice undercut there from Panica, and they take the lead, theoretically, of the GT3 class. Where is Andrew Parkinson? It's actually changed over to Colin Sanders. So first driver change for the 11 machine there for Tracks VR Racing 2, and they rejoin the pack under code 80 conditions in 4th place. Luigi Russo in the Minato Boffa Sim Racing BMW going up into 3rd after that driver change. Oh, and it's the 16. So so thank you, Nick, for that information. So the 16 from GC's Motorsport Club has had an incident somewhere on circuit. That is Jeff Close behind the wheel of that particular machine. A lot of damage to the rear wing and some of the rear bodywork fenders. The wheel arches look slightly crumpled too. Now coming back into pit lane.
Green flag in 10 seconds.
That now puts a lot of pressure, no doubt, on the 15 sister car. They are, of course, in a very strong position.
4, 3, 2, 1. Green, green, green.
As Blackpool Racing and all the rest of the cars get back under racing conditions here. The 66 leading the way ahead of the number 6, who are themselves in pit lane. That is very odd, because the number 6 was only completed 6 laps on this current set. Maybe they went for tyres, perhaps. And it looks like maybe Gregor Spilak got the jump on Arkadiusz Satriba in the leading BMW there. So we've got 3 BMWs all in the top 3 positions, all within 1 second of one another. That is really good stuff. So they're all coming down sector 1, and the S's now. Gregos once again leading the way as this battle gets or starts to take action. Luigi Russo within 0.5 seconds, so they will all now have the slipstream, and Gregor Spilak in the lead will be at a disadvantage as we enter the back straight here. On board with Luigi Russo. He's got the best view ahead of what's going to be unfolding in a short moment's time. Panica Gaming now starting to reel in the 98 in first place. It's not going to be enough this time by, though. He'll have to wait for another opportunity. Has a little peep down the inside just to say how much space is there for me to use, but obviously not enough to overtake. Over the crest of the hill into the final corner. Let's not forget about Colin Sanders as well. He's starting to find the rhythm in the Corvette behind. He's about 4 seconds adrift after he took over from Andrew. And we know that Corvette is on pace here this afternoon. We also need to keep a close eye on the battle for P6 as Velasquez and Bradley Sellers still within 0.5 seconds of one another. Most of the battles appear to be happening in the GT3 class here so far. Here comes Luigi Russo now. He's starting to reel in Arkadiusz Satriba down onto the inside, braking heavily. He's going to overshoot the apex, and he's got the position just by the slightest of margins ahead of the BMW. And that is a second place there for Minato Boffa Sim Racing here this afternoon. Now this fighting has allowed Gregos to get ahead of the guys. Now up to at least 1.5 seconds. And Colin Sanders is starting to close this gap down too. He's already chopped off 2 seconds to the guys ahead. 1.9 towards the BMW of Panicky Gaming now. Let's quickly switch over between these two as they go side by side. This is Wayne Newton once again going on the attack for 11th place. The number 80 Porsche defending as they come down into the S's here. And switching over to this battle for P6. Team Rookie Monsters Ferrari coming up on Balaskis in the Simco Porsche. Opting for the inside line. The Ferrari's going to clear them into the braking zone. And it takes the position nice and clean. Nothing really the Porsche could do there. The overspeed was quite significant. Over the crest of the hill and continuing the battle. We're keeping an eye on as much of the action as we possibly can. These two now going side by side down into the same corner. The McLaren taking advantage and frankly passing the Porsche in good time before the braking zone and takes that position away. That's 11th place for Team Task Force in their 720S. Brady Sellers now under attack from the Porsche behind, so he's coming through the S's, gaining a bit of ground as he comes through the apex of turn 5. But that Porsche will still have the slipstream coming down the back straight and will provide him an opportunity to pass once more. Velasquez now within 0.2 seconds. The slipstream will be in effect. That is close enough to make a potential pass, although the Ferrari seems to have a very good exit there. Porsche only now starting to reel in the Ferrari ahead. And here comes the attack from Velasquez. This is for 6th place in class once again. He's got the inside line. Both going down to the apex. Tries to get the switch back on the Ferrari. Over the crest of the hill he goes. Gaining some ground. Will he be able to get the overlap? No, he doesn't. The Porsche has to sneak back in behind. And wait for the next opportunity to present itself. On board with the Porsche. Or was he yellow in sector 1 somewhere? It's disappeared now, so it must have just been a slight off track from someone in turn 1 perhaps. And switching into the LMP2 class, this is the first battle we've had in quite some time. This is the 17 Team RGPL LMP2 holding off Max Scholten in the DSG Motorsport car behind. This is for 5th place in class here. So not a lot of traffic ahead. We've got one of the Minato Buffer Sim Racing BMWs in the mix. I believe that may be the 2nd place one. Yes, it is. So after they've overtaken Gregor Spilat ahead, they will then have a nice open bit of track to do battle. And now within 0.7 seconds, the David in P5 got a slightly better exit out of turn 7. That's allowed him to extend that gap. DSG Motorsport struggling coming down into the braking zone at turn 10. In fact, the gap has just remained exactly the same on that particular run down the back straight. It's only when we get to the corners that they seem to be able to close that gap down to 0.6 seconds now as they come across the start-finish line here. Just 9 minutes remaining till we get to the end of the first hour in this afternoon's race. Still a long way to go. And we've already seen some of the first pit stops taking place. Many more to come, of course, before we get to the checkered flag. And the first round of points will be awarded at the 3-hour mark. As for those of you that don't remember, it is double points here available. So Max Scholten now 0.8 seconds behind of the 17. We've also got the number 1 Team Rookie Monster car just down the road. They are still sitting in P9 ahead of Nicholas Lemoyne. So On-Off Racing having a really bad afternoon as well. You know, given the troubles that the number 1 is facing, they could have really capitalised on that in the championship standings and moved up the order. They only need to find an extra 26 points in order to take the lead of the championship. But clearly they're having troubles of their own here this afternoon too. And with a maximum of 50 points up on offer, it seems to be that potentially the 15 is in a good strong position, and also the number 6 Blackhawk Racing, they are in third with 165 points on the board. And if the 79 or the number 1 cannot improve in the standings before those points are awarded, then they may be in trouble. Now we do have a battle unfolding for the lead of the LMP2 class. This is Balaskis and Toin Lure. And let's have a look at their stint time. So the 66 is currently on lap 9 of their current stint. So some strange tactics unfolding inside the Blackhawk Racing garage this afternoon, as they did 32 laps, then 5 laps, and then 9, which is what they're currently on at the moment. So they've already done 2 stops, whereas the 15 has only conducted 1, and that's where they did their driver swap. But now they are in a Blackhawk Racing sandwich, because you've got the 15 who is giving chase to the 66, but is also under pressure from behind in the form of Roman and the number 6, which is the 3rd place standing LMP2 here. Now they're all starting to close down quite significantly, as 0.6 seconds separates the top 3 positions here. On board with Juicy's Motorsports. Slipstream's in effect, and it's a strong one as they come down on the attack, opting for the inside line, but the GT3 cars are going to pose a big problem into the braking zone. He's still holding the inside line as best he can, gets onto the accelerator as smoothly as possible, and he's going to opt for the inside line. Great management of traffic as he comes down into the corner, and a slight tap for one of the Porsches there. I believe that was Balaskis. So there was a slight bit of contact as they went side by side, but he's just moved into first place. The number 6 also moving past their teammate Kazabakis in the 66. So that's 2 positions in 1 corner lost for Blackhawk Racing in that particular machine. Now, I did for a moment, split second, believe that maybe the Porsche was going to get sent into the barrier, because that's what usually happens when there is contact into the final corner, especially for those on the outside line. Usually they get tapped and then they just get sent into the barrier at full pelt, and pretty much that's their race completely over. But yeah, nicely held by Velasquez, who's still currently sitting in P6. Now the 15 is starting to extend the advantage up to 1.7 seconds coming down to the braking zone. They've got the number 12 Ferrari from Tracks VR Racing for company, and get past just in the nick of time coming down through the S's. Roman doesn't have the best of luck, and it's not repaid as he comes at the exit of turn 5 and giving chase. Now, and not forgetting this battle between the 17 and the 33, and that is for 5th place in class. Now you've also got the number 2 just ahead, that is Adam Shipstone for Team Rookie Monsters, and they've managed to work their way into 4th place. Let's have a quick look at the strategy behind that to see if we can make sense of what's going on here. So the number 2 has had 1 stop here this afternoon. The number 17 has had 2 stops, which is rather bizarre, as has the number 33 in fact. So some really strange ongoings in the LMP2 strategy box. All the toys being pulled out, it seems, but we'll only have to wait and see on how that's going to pay off in the long run. But that's now at least 3 to 4 of the prototype teams having 2 stops and only doing around 5 to 6 laps on that second stint, which is very bizarre indeed. Oh, here comes some GT3 traffic. The 17 went very sideways momentarily. Nicely held by David, who's behind the wheel. And we've got a 3-way fight now coming into play for 4th place. Max Scholten still keeping the car ahead honest on a lap-by-lap pace. In fact, pretty much both on 109s. Only 0.05 of a second between their personal bests. Adams slicing by the Houdini Racing Bentley just in the nick of time. In fact, all 3 of them just getting through. And it is a very possible. Well, it's very possible to pass in that particular part of the S's. It's only when they start to dive down the hill that it starts to get very dangerous indeed. That's probably the only point where I would say that it is a safe pass to go down the inside line before it turns over to the right. 17's firmly on the back end of the number 2 Team Rookie Monster car side by side now. This is for 4th place in class. Adam goes defensive on the inside line. A lot of overtaking going on here at the chicane at turn 10. And slightly get their nose chopped off as they go onto the curbing. That unsettled the front end. You saw a bit of counter steering going on. But Adam holding on to P4. Max Scholten just observing for the moment. Doesn't want to get too involved at this stage of the race. On board with Max Scholten for DSG Motorsports. Looking on ahead at the two cars as they go to do battle. All bit of touch of grass from the 17 unsettles the car. They both cut the inside of turn 5. Closing the gap to the number 2 Rookie Monster car down on the inside line this time. Making a move at the same part of the circuit. Here comes Max Scholten. He wants in now because they've both exposed one another. Down onto the inside line of the final corner. Going through into 5th place is Max Scholten, DSG Motorsport. Here comes the 17 back at him though. On the outside line, just turned up the engine mode, no doubt, and used the slipstream from Adam's number 2 car ahead to get by once again into P5. Max Scholten settling once again for 6th place. In the background we have Henry Drury for the number 1 as well. That's not for position, that's in P9, 1 lap down unfortunately. As these guys continue to open and attack one another. This is rinse and repeat lap after lap here for David in the 17. Once again applying pressure. This time GT3 traffic is a factor and he goes around. So try to avoid Panicky Gaming's BMW. Just underestimated the braking that was required to slow sufficiently, and I don't believe there was any contact there, but it just rotated the rear around, just trying to slow down those fronts just a bit too quickly, and that led to 2 puffs of smoke from the front end and the car half rotating. That means that Max Scholten has reaped the rewards. He's actually got past both cars in that short moment of time, which just proves that patience is really key to succeeding here in this afternoon's event. And he's now up into 4th place without having to really do any work at all. Back to the lead of the race, we still have the 15 under attack from Blackhawk Racing and the number 6 Roman within striking distance, 0.6 seconds here. And he's using the traffic in form of the Ferrari 88 tactically, and that's cost Roman at least half a second as he came down to the braking zone of turn 1. And that is a very sideways moment there for the 15. Bit of a tank slapper coming into effect at the exit of turn 5 down the hill. And if he didn't rectify that, it would have sent him into the concrete walls that occupy both the flanks of Sector 1. Slipstream will be in effect for the number 6 as they come down the start-finish straight once again. And again, this is for the lead of the race. In the meantime, just touching on the GT3 side of things, we have Tracks VR Racing moving up into 3rd with Colin Sanders behind the wheel. He's got to find an extra 10 seconds before he finds Luigi Russo in the Minato Boffa Sim Racing BMW. And they too are actually about to enter a lead battle with Gregor Spiller and the 98 of Luna Racing. So all starting to unfold as we now enter the 2nd hour of the race. We've actually got about maybe 3 to 4, 5 battles currently ongoing here as we now enter the 2nd hour, which is 5 minutes in. We've got a battle for P5. Adam Shipstone holding off the 17 again, so he's trying to regain that lost ground. Gregor Spiller also under attack from Luigi Russo. in the lead battle for the GC3 class, so we've got to keep an eye on that as best we can as well. Here comes Black Hawk Racing though on the 15. Juicy's Motorsports under pressure coming across the start finishing line. Flash of headlights from Tuan Lev as he tries to go down the inside into turn 1. Some GT3 traffic coming into play now between these two. Coming down through the S's, Black Hawk Racing rejoins the back end and still applying pressure. The Ferrari from Team Ricky Monsters interferes before getting back up to speed. This could be the moment Black Hawk Racing are looking for to take the lead of this race. Roman looking down the inside into the next corner, and on the brace they go. He's got a slight overlap which gets taken away from Chuan Luo in the last few moments. Down the inside of the Houdini Racing Bentley as a slight touch. Here comes the lead change. Black Hawk Racing side by side, drag racing down the back straight here at Road Atlanta, and they have officially taken the lead. It's not over yet though. They still need to get to the braking zone of turn 10. Are they going to be in a position to fight back and claim first place once more? Here comes the braking zone. Still side by side, neck and neck. They both make contact. Onto the grass they go, using the escape road, or the escape path should we say. It's not officially unless you've got a lawnmower attached to the front, but number 6 takes the lead and the 15 close behind in second. All Black Hawk Racing trying to get past the number 12 Ferrari. That's Track VR's Racing. A bit of contact made between the two. Now can Juicy's Motorsports respond in any way? They've lost a bit of ground, up to 0.9 seconds, coming onto the back straight now. The question is if anyone has suffered any damage. It was quite a significant side swipe between the two of them. But I don't know if that glancing blow would have caused damage to any of these cars. Now, we did actually miss the battle between the leading GT3s. They were both unfolding at the exact same time, unfortunately, and we decided to watch the LMP2s. In the meantime, though, this is a battle currently underway. This is the number 1. It's not actually for position for the 17, so I don't know why they're defending that, because that is blue flag conditions. As the number 2 behind is for position, 4th place in class at the moment. And on board the 17, coming down the S's. Gap is starting to widen to the number 2 behind, up to 1.5 seconds now. And Black Hawk Racing 66 coming into pit lane from 7th, joining alongside Royal Blue Racing as well, and some of the other cars going by now. So let's have a look at the tactics here for the 66 going forward into the second hour and beyond. They've only completed 22 laps on that current set, so that's very odd indeed. They could have gone for at least another 10 laps according to the information that we've got available. And I believe that is the 15 coming into pit lane as well. So our leaders in the prototype class now coming into pit lane for the second or third time, depending on if they pitted under code 80. Now things are quietening down quite considerably. Max Schulten in the meantime goes into second place. He's still got a small time left on his current stint, about 6 or 7 laps. So DSG Motorsports doing quite well in the starting phases of this race. Moving back into P5 in the GT3 category. Velasquez still trying to give chase in the Simco Porsche here. Of course, I've got a good battle unfolding between these cars. This is the 111 and the 23. The Ferrari behind isn't for position, although he's trying to unlap himself. That is the number 12 with Rick Hooper behind the wheel for Trax VR Racing here. So that is for 8th place. Here comes the BMW for position. Oh, something's happened to the 26. Luigi Russo going very slowly on the outside line. Coming down the back straight. He's lost a lot of time. Here comes Colin Sanders for Trax VR Racing. Coming down the inside in the Corvette. And he's going to make the move. Clearly not much resistance coming from inside the BMW at this point. So something clearly not right inside the 26. And they're deciding to stay out. Looks like they may have a gearing problem. It doesn't seem to be going up. It might be stuck in 6th or 5th. Yeah, so gearing problems it looks like for Luigi Russo and the 26. Oh, opting for the escape road, although hitting the curbs on the way for good measure. This is not good news for Minato Box Sim Racing. Very strong start here and on track to score their second victory, or at least be in it with a chance of it happening. Thank God those barriers are invisible and transparent. Otherwise that would have ended the race in spectacular fashion. Yeah, it's stuck in gear. 100% that is a gear failure there for the BMW. So unfortunately, just like the real world where they have mechanical problems, unfortunately people have mechanical hardware failures in the real world. We saw it with Team Ricky Monsters at Spa, also with the Fair Racing team, now DSG Motorsports. But clearly something not quite right there. Now he's struggling to get up the hill. Is he going to come in this time by is the question. No, he's still going. I mean, you can't continue the race like this. You're just a moving chicane, unfortunately. They need to find a way to either conduct a driver change or something in order to keep this car going. Otherwise, they're just going to fall down the order. Last lap time was a 1:42. And compare that with some of the pace we've got, 1:19s and 1:20s and 17s even. As the personal best laps. So no doubt they're waiting for a driver change to be possible and continue their race. And we've got this three-way fight for 8th place, or 12th place rather, my apologies. And the McLaren and the Porsche going side by side, just in the background there. Shattered Windshield Racing holding on. Bartek Masiek in the BMW ahead. And now within 0.2 seconds striking distance as they come out of turn 7. Slipstream will be in favour of the Porsche. And side by side, slight overlap coming into effect now as they come around the right-hander before the braking zone. Oh, something very, very strange happened there. A bit of a boomerang effect for the 76. Obviously had a slight delay in this connection for that split moment, but that allowed the 80 to go through. That's very bizarre. Sim racing. But yeah, that's the position taken. Now Joe Wilkes in the 22 McLaren behind is the next in line to attempt an overtake on the BMW. He's already gaining ground quite quickly. Now this battle seems to be dying away. The McLaren is now a good portion behind, and the Porsche is extending that advantage. Back over to Bradley Sellers and the Ferrari for Team Rookie Monsters. Velasquez still giving chase by 1.2 seconds. Let's go on board with the Porsche for a few laps around Road Atlanta and enjoy the sweet, sweet noise from the 911 engine bay.
Drive-through penalty for car number 87 for causing a collision with car number 76.
So that was a few laps on board Velasquez and the Team Simco Porsche. They're currently sitting in P6, still within 1.5 seconds of the Ferrari ahead for Team Rookie Monsters. We're going to switch over to this battle for third place, Team RGPL. I think they may have literally just made the move, but Toin Lure on the attack, 0.3 seconds, coming down to the braking zone, peeping down the inside. Door is closed by the 17. So I believe that overtake had just literally taken place as the number 17 now getting away from the 15 there. So unfortunate we missed that particular battle. In the meantime, we've got the 79, Charlie Rigo, working his way back through the order, still 2 laps down off the overall lead. And Blas Varro is also running into trouble. So something's happened to the 66. That is quite significant as they find themselves all the way down in P10 now. GC's Motorsport Club going onto the curbs quite aggressively, nearly lost the back end as I try to... Oh, and there goes the 88 all around, doing about 3 full 360s on the grass. No control over the Ferrari whatsoever. Not too sure if that was contact from the 17 and he was persuaded to do that pirouette, or whether or not he just went onto the curbing too much. We'll have to wait and see for the information. We just switched over the camera just as it was happening. And confirmation from one of the guys in the team chat saying that the 26 is now back underway without any problems after some of the buttons on their steering wheel malfunctioned. Here comes the 15 though, down on the inside. The 17 going wide. David having problems as he enters turn 1. Manages just about to keep it out of the wall. How on earth that car managed to stay out of the damage zone, shall we say. If it had touched the barriers at all, it would have caused a lot of crumpling to the rear wheel and the rear wing. But it means the 15 moves back into third as we have this battle still ongoing between Black Hawk Racing and On Off Racing. 79 going down the inside. Nicholas Lemoyne defending.
20
Ooh,
seconds.
bit of an issue there.
Penalty for car number 66 for causing a collision with car number 77.
So a penalty for Black Hawk Racing. That's Blas Varro, in fact, So issues still mounting for that particular entry. And now approaching the halfway mark of the second hour here for the 6 hours of Road Atlanta. And Blackhawk Racing still leading with the number 6, and DSG Motorsports close behind in second place. Then have a battle that's starting to come into existence as the Juices Motorsport car starts to close in on second place. And in GT3, Greg Spilat is holding back Colin Sanders in the number 11 Corvette by around 7 seconds at the moment, which hasn't changed in quite some time. And then it's Panica Gaming in third with Arcadius Otriba in the 29. Moving over to the battle for second place then. This is Max Scholten trying to fend off Juice's Motorsport Club. Let's have a look at the strategic side of things. So Max Scholten has just come out to start his third stint. He's on lap 6 of around 32. And Chun Liu is on lap 13 of his current stint. He's closed down that gap quite fast though. That is already down to 0.2 seconds coming into the exit of turn 7, and great overtaking opportunity once more. .3 seconds, 0.2 seconds coming down into the braking zone. Not close enough this time. By goes a bit deep into the braking zone there for 10A, and lost a bit of time as a result, up to 0.4 seconds, 0.5 coming across the start finishing line here. They're just going by one of the Ferraris. Here comes the move though. The Ferrari playing its part. Unintentionally, of course. And here comes Juices Motorsports on the inside line. Down the back straight. And the BMW ahead may cause some problems here for the 15. But just enough room for all to use the racing line. Max Scholten trying to follow into the final corner, which he does. But yes, the number 15 now back into second place. The first place LMP2 still 30 seconds up the road, but still some work to do then. So we are just now past the halfway mark of the second hour here on the 6 hours of Road Atlanta. If you are enjoying the action, don't forget to give us a thumbs up on the YouTube or Facebook, wherever you're watching this afternoon. And for more events, etc., then don't forget to subscribe for more. So all helps us get more exposure in the world of sim racing. Just looking up and down the order, trying to find some on-track battles. Things are fairly quiet in the grand scheme of things as we approach the end of the second stints for most of the teams involved here. Of course, the LMP2s on slightly strange strategies as a result of coming in after the first of the Code 80s. GT3 side of things, on the other hand, they'll be coming in around 10 minutes or so, I predict, because they too decided to dive into pit lane after there was quite a significant crash from one of the LMP2s. This battle still raging on. This is Team Simco and Team Rookie Monsters still going at it after nearly at least an hour where they've been within sight of one another. The gap has pretty much remained the same, around 1.5 seconds for at least 30 minutes or so, if not more. As I come down into the braking zone now, this is a lot closer than any time before, at least 0.5 seconds coming over the crest of the hill. And they're joined by their sister car as well, I believe, in the form of the 19, which is close behind. In fact, actually, my confusion, sorry about that, it's actually the 19 that's in between the two of them. And the gap is still at least 2 seconds. That's my apologies. Now, on the circuit itself, you can start to see a slight orange tinge as the evening starts to take hold here. And for those of you that are new, of course, we will be going into the nighttime as the race unfolds, usually around the 3 to 4 hour mark, somewhere in between. And we will be placed into darkness, which will bring a whole new set of challenges to the teams and drivers out there on circuit here this afternoon. Especially that due to the fact that, unlike the days of old when GT cars had yellow headlights so that one could easily distinguish between classes, of course everyone's just got white headlights here, and that's going to cause a few problems for some of the teams, especially when traffic comes up at speed from behind. They don't really know if it's a GT car or an LMP2 until it is too late. Now, there is some trackside lighting here at Road Atlanta, but not too much, especially on the back end of the circuit. It seems to be quite dark indeed. But you do still have I think you've got some lights going through Sector 1. And of course on the start-finish straight as well. But elsewhere, I don't think there's any lighting available. Another battle starting to unfold. This time the 17 holding on to third place after the next round of pit stops take place. Let's have a quick look, see what David is on. He's on his 14th lap at the moment. The Juice's Motorsport car currently on lap 21, so coming to the end of their current stint with another 10 laps remaining, or thereabouts anyway. Down to 0.7 seconds, so still in the hands of David for Team RGPL here. And Choin Law trying to give chase. 0.7 seconds coming into... Oh, a bit of a sideways moment coming into the exit of turn 7. That was cost him a lot of time. Yeah, the gap's already going up to 1.2 seconds. Accelerating down the back straight, and that's only going to expand before the braking zone, no doubt. Do have some GT3s inside pit lane, one of which is the number 11 and the 18. So that is both third and fourth place in the GT3 class. In the meantime, the 29 has gone into the lead of the race. Gregor Spilat coming into pit as well, although he's back underway now. Traffic coming into play for this battle for third. Heavy on the brakes for the 15. Was able to close down that gap quite significantly there as one of the Porsche goes into pit lane. That's one of the Simco cars. On board with the 15. 0.5 seconds now. Porsche also on the back straight. I believe that was Velasquez in the 18. Oh, bit of a moment there for David in the 17. Coming down to the final corner. Could this be the moment he decides to attack down into turn 1? Potentially the slipstream's there. He's got the overlap down into the outside line of turn 1. Is he going to try and get the switch back though? Nicely defended there by David and Team RGPL. No, Toinlure starting to apply quite amount of pressure now. Clearly eager to reclaim that podium position. Oh, and a sideways spin. Coming into turn 7, we've been mentioning how little grip there is available at that particular point of the circuit. And it just requires such a finesse touch in order to perfect the entry and the exit, which of course is vital, especially when battling for position. Going back down the order for the GT3 class, this is Rick Cooper in the Transviar racing car against Row Racing in the 23 BMW. And this is for 12th and 13th place. Keeping a close eye on the 33, still being driven by Max Scholten for the time being, but in the background there you can see Team RGPL closing down the gap to around 1.5 seconds as they come out of turn 7, so clearly on some strong pace at the moment. Last lap times for you, 1:11.6 compared to 1:10.7 by the 17, behind in third, so clearly the stronger of the two in the closing stages of the second hour here. Also got this battle unfolding. This is between the number 2 and Royal Blue Racing and the number 4 for P6 in class. Number 2 still being, or no, now being driven by Volta for Team Rookie Monsters. So he's took over from Adam Shipstow, his teammate. And Royal Blue Racing coming on the attack down to the entry of turn 10. And switching back momentarily to the battle for second place, 17 now looking left and right for an opportunity, a window to open as they come onto the back straight. So they're just down the road from where we saw the previous battle between Royal Blue Racing and Team Rookie Monsters. But this is for a podium position. Max Scholten going defensive, 17 braking very late indeed, and around the outside he goes. Max Scholten tries the switchback and over the crest of the hill, not able to find any opening at all, and actually gets slightly hindered by the BMW. And here comes Tiny Lure in the 15 on the attack once again, down into third place he goes, taking advantage of the situation. DSG Motorsport losing 2 positions on that short start finish straight. We still have this battle coming into its own. We're going to have to keep an eye as best we can on both of them because they are pretty much neck and neck in terms of spacing between the 3. We're just going to stay with the 17 for the moment as this is a 3-way battle for second place. Max Scholten still in the fight here and Juices Motorsports in between the 2. Looking down on the inside, sensing an opportunity, decides to wait for another. Coming into the final corner. All 3 cars coming home with very similar lap times as they come across the start finishing line. Down to 0.3 seconds. Slipstream now in effect for the 15. And the utilising the Corvette ahead. That is, I believe, Colin Sanders still in third place for TransVR Racing. Still not close enough. DSG Motorsports falling behind just ever so slightly, and the GT3 also extending that gap up to at least 1.5 seconds. So it is now just the 2 LMPs fighting over second place now. So the 15 now coming into pit lane. That's allowing Max Scholten to go back through, as they are completing 30 laps of their current stint now. Max Scholten's due in around maybe 8 laps or so himself. That means that Team RGPL now firmly in second place. Max Scholten still within striking distance at 1.3 seconds. But has a bit of work to do before he can make a move. On board with Max Scholten for DSG Motorsports now, coming into turn 1 and giving chase for the second place position ahead. Looking at David, let's have a quick peep at what kind of stint he's on. So they're both on lap 25, so expect the 17 and the 33 to enter pit lane at the same time. It'll be interesting to see where the 15 will reappear. Let's go back just ever so slightly in the prototype class to P7 and 8. This is Team Rookie Monsters and the Royal Blue Racing Car. 0.5 seconds between these two machines. So, strangely enough, they are pretty much on the same strategy as one another as well. The Royal Blue Racing Car, on the second laps, they tried an undercut on the number 2, but it didn't actually pay off. They're still in the exact same position, but still within striking distance, of course. 0.3 seconds now coming over the crest of turn 5. And you can see the sunset starting to get stronger as we now enter or come to the end of the second hour here. Oh, bit of a mistake there from Jurica. Coming down to turn 1, just got slightly sideways. The car's drifted to the left towards the grass. Had to decelerate and lost a bit of time as a result of that. nearly a moment there between the LMP2 and Team Simco. They're currently sitting in P5. Thought about going down the inside line, and there was a slight overlap there, but luckily nothing came of it. But that would have been a huge incident going into the final corner. So this is the closest battle that's out on circuit at the moment. No doubt it will start to heat up again as we approach the nighttime phase of this race. We've got a reminder that it is actually dropping in temperature out there on circuit. It's I think it's about 15 degrees, 16, 15 degrees out on circuit. So it's quite chilly here this afternoon for this event. But we do have a battle within about 6 seconds between P3 and 4 in GT3. Same again for P9 and 10 in the same class. But besides that, things are starting to spread out just ever so slightly. Blackhawk Racing hold a significant advantage over the 17 by at least 43 seconds. Just let's have a quick look. When are they due into pit? Oh, any moment now, in fact. So they will be coming into pit lane very shortly. Back on board with Royal Blue Racing as they give chase to Team Rookie Monsters up ahead. We've got that golden crisp sunset here at Road Atlanta. It really does reflect off the circuit nicely as we're going into darkness quite quickly actually. It's only 2 hours into the race and it's already quite dark. Of course the tree line at the back end of the circuit comes into effect and plays a part in that too, as they pretty much cast a shadow over the circuit. So some GT3 traffic means Royal Blue Racing lose out just a bit of time to the number 2 machine ahead. Switching over to GT3 momentarily. P7, we've got the 9 Team Simco Porsche. And, oh, has there been an incident between... Oh no, that's just the 88 going into pit lane. I thought we had another battle quickly coming together, but it's not the case. Oh, that's Bartek Messier going wide, I believe. One of the BMWs. Yep, the 76s. Oh, we're missing a rear wing on one of the BMWs in the GT3 class. That's Panica Gaming. Being driven by Bartek Messier. He was doing quite well after starting at the back of the GT3 category, making his way up by at least 4 or 5 positions, but it's all gone south as we come to the end of the second hour. But yeah, no rear wing on that BMW at all. Yeah, he's already starting to slide left and right. He tries to get back up to speed. This is going to end badly. I have that gut feeling. Something's about to horribly go wrong as he goes sideways. He's going backwards down in towards turn 10 and spinning back around again. Oh, the 88 Ferrari just barely misses the back end of that BMW as it rotates around into facing the correct way this time. Into pit lane they go. How on earth that Ferrari avoided the BMW, I have no idea. That was really close. Two battling LMP2s this time. Balatzfaro and Charlie Rigo in the positions for both 9 and 10 in class. And that's after their last round of pit stops. On board with Charlie Rigo, as we are now really firmly into the evening phase of this race as we enter the third hour. Be 56 minutes until the first round of points are awarded. That gorgeous golden glow now coming off the circuit. Oh, big moment there for Balasfaro. Got completely sideways in the final corner. Managed to hold on to it though. So he's lost quite a bit of ground to Blatsfaro after the GTs came into play. This battle is still going strongly though. This is the number 2 Team Rookie Monsters and Royal Blue Racing for P5 in class. Of course, got a battle between 3rd and 4th in the GT3 class. Panica Gaming and Minato Boffa Sim Racing here. Andrea Nivoli and Peter in the Panica Gaming BMW for 3rd. Coming down the inside, pressing the attack. Minato Boffa Sim Racing BMW going into 3rd. And followed by a flurry of LMP2 prototypes now as they enter the last corner. And side by side between Royal Blue Racing and Team Rookie Monsters, they make contact. One goes into the wall. One gets half spun around. Keeps it out of the barrier, luckily. But he's now in a very awkward situation. That was extremely close. One of the Black Hawk Racing cars going by. I think that was the leader. Dimitri Bushka. Yes, it was. That was the leading LMP2 car. Dimitri only just about avoided
10 seconds.
the rejoining number 2. So very lucky indeed. And now we have the number 4. That's going to be critical damage to that LMP2.
2, 1. Code 80 enforced.
So Royal Blue Racing, yeah, catching the short stick out of that particular incident between the two of them. Unfortunately, that's going to cost them a ton of time in the garage. They was going really strongly in this particular race as well, unfortunately. But that's how quickly it can be turned upside down here at Road Atlanta. You know, 1 minute you're fighting for a really strong position. Next minute it's in the barrier. That's how unforgiving this circuit can really be. In the meantime, this battle is still ongoing despite being under code 80. They can't overtake one another because they are under code 80 conditions. But this was one that was starting to unfold in those closing moments before we went to yellow conditions. So we're just going to wait now for the number 2 to return to pit lane, and then we'll be once again released into green racing conditions. There might be some time though. They believe, you know, they were going down into sector 1 at the time, and even on 80 kilometers an hour, that car seems to be struggling somewhat. Some cars now deciding to come into pits. Panica Gaming and Minato Boffa Sim Racing being one of them. There goes one of the Ferraris from Team Rookie Monsters. It's the part of the race where everyone decides to pit early as best they can to save time. Panicky Gaming get back underway. And that means they've once again taken the position back from the 26 BMW. So back into third for Panicky Gaming there after undercutting them in the pit lane.
Well, drivers, this is race control. Green flag in 10 seconds.
So we've got two battles on screen at the moment.
5,
one for third
4,
and one for 10th.
3, 2, 1. Green, green, green.
And back to racing conditions. The Ferrari in the background there trying to look on the outside line, but that would not have worked down into the bottom for the S's. The Panicky Gaming BMW leading the way for P3, and then the 111 BMW leading for P10. So we've got two battles unfolding right before our very eyes. Oh, here comes the move from the number 3, or the 26 rather, for third place. So already that position taken. However, the slipstream will be in the favour of Panicky Gaming coming down the back straight now. The Ferrari still in the mix, looking on dubiously as there's a lot of cars going into the braking zone of turn 10. Oh, the Ferrari going for the off-road version of Road Atlanta here. So going a bit of Colin McRae style. But that's cost him a lot of time. He's not going to be in a position to fight for P10 now. And in the meantime, or simultaneously, Minato Sim Racing moving into third. With a solid position now. Not much that they can do to fight back in terms of the 29, that is. Just having a quick look up and down the order, the battles are starting to widen quite significantly in both directions. You still have the number 6 leading the way in the prototype class for Blackhawk Racing. And we also have Charlie Rigo moving up into P8 as the number 4 conducts repairs in pit lane. At this moment in time, we are now just over 2 hours in, with 3 hours and 47 minutes still to go. And we're going to take this opportunity while it's still quiet out on circuit. It's not too many battles. We're going to have our first commercial break just to rest our pretty little voice. And we'll see you guys in a few moments' time, and we'll be right back after these short adverts. Good afternoon or good evening, wherever you are in the world. Welcome back to the live stream for round 8 of the WCC. And that is, of course, the 6 hours of Road Atlanta. We're just entering the nighttime phase of the race after 2 hours of racing. And we've had a lot of overtakes, especially for the lead of the race. Blackhawk Racing currently lead at the moment, but we've had some great events taking place for those podium positions and further down the order too. Especially for some of those back marker positions just outside the top 10. If you're just joining us, we had this huge collision from Royal Blue Racing just a few moments ago. They went off at turn 11, which is the final corner here at this particular circuit, and went into the barrier while doing battle with the number 2 from Team Rookie Monsters. But if you are just joining us, let's give you, or get you up to speed, shall I say, with some mid-race results here. The first of 2 that will be produced, and as mentioned, Dimitri Bushka and Blackhawk Racing and the number 6 leading the way for the prototype class, followed by Juicy's Motorsport Club in the 15. Team RGPL in the 17 round out those top 3 positions, or top podium positions. They all are on the lead lap, and the last of which Tony Jansen for DSG Motorsports in the 33. Just outside and in the top 5 is Tim Van Aert for DSG Motorsports. Strong showing for both the cars here this afternoon. And then the number 2 from Team Rookie Monsters in P6 for you. Henry Drury's recovering quite nicely for the number 1, our championship leaders in 7th place. On-Off Racing and Charlie Rigo occupy P8. Blatsvara and Blackhawk Racing in the 66 in 9th. And then we have Nick Newcomb in P10 for Juicy's Motorsport Club. Last but not least, it is unfortunately Royal Blue Racing. They unfortunately had that collision as mentioned, and that has put them at the bottom of the order. Moving on to the GT3s, it is Luna Racing with Gregor Spillat leading the way and giving chase, and close behind is Andrew Parkinson. They went into the pit lane early after the recent code 80 caused by the prototype, and we're expecting them to do battle in a short moment's time when the 98 comes into pit lane. Minato Boffa Sim Racing in the 26 round out the rest of the podium positions, followed by Panica Gaming in the 29. They've been having a really good battle in the closing stages of the evening/afternoon here. Milan Saran in the Porsche sits in 5th place, and they've been battling away with the number 3 Team Rookie Monster machine in P6. 7th belongs to the 23 Row Racing BMW, and then the 8th place position belongs to the 19 Simco Porsche. Running out these top 10 positions then, Team Rookie Monsters in the 73, Simon Marshall behind the wheel in 9th, and then we have the 88 from Bros Racing in P10. Just outside of that, we move on to the Minato Boffa Sim Racing 111 in 11th, and then the 80 with Christian Sainz for Shattered Windshield Racing. Troy Tracks VR Racing and with Vaughan Freeman in P13, and then we have Task Force Racing McLaren with Joe Wilst in P14. Bartek Messier and Panica Gaming in the 76 in P15, followed by Houdini Racing, Julian Munsters in the Bentley for P16. Difficult afternoon for Daniel Erstling as they retire, the second car this afternoon to do so. That is our championship leaders in the GT3 class, so really not a good result that they were hoping for, especially since the leading car, the 98, is in 2nd place, so they will likely find it difficult to hold on to the championship at the end of this afternoon. Back to the racing then, and now that everyone is caught up and once again up and running, there is exactly 3 hours and 37 minutes still remaining in this afternoon's race. Following around our leading prototype, Dimitri Bushka in the number 6 at the moment. And as we was mentioning in our mid-race update, I believe the 98 will be due into pit lane in a short while. They're currently on lap 33 of this particular stint, and last time they came in it was lap 40. In the meantime, Andrew Parkinson is only on lap 10 of their current stint for Tracks VR Racing, and that gap is up to around let's have a quick look, 54 seconds. However, that was under code 80 conditions, so whether or not we're going to see that close down significantly, the gap was up to about 9 to 10 seconds before the code 80, so it depends how much time that they've saved.
For causing a collision with car number 76.
So a penalty being given out there by race control. It has been slightly quiet out there in the grand scheme of things. Usually Road Atlanta proves to be quite a deadly afternoon's worth of racing, but it seems to not be the case here for this particular event. Touch wood, of course. I don't want to I don't want this to turn into a bloodbath by any means. And of course, if you are enjoying the racing here this afternoon, don't forget to give us a thumbs up and subscribe for further events. We've still got 2 rounds left, which is going to Road America and Sebring, which will be the final for the series, which will be about the mid-April kind of region. And we do have this battle beginning to unfold. Simon Marshall in the 73 Ferrari and Noah in the 88 Ferrari behind by around 0.5 seconds, coming down through the S's. On board with the Ferrari from Bros Racing. Lovely bright red colour. As look, Royal Blue Racing going through. So nice to see that they're still running. A lot of teams would be disheartened by that kind of event. It's quite a significant impact, and probably cost them at least 3 minutes worth of repairs, if not more. So we've got about 3 battles starting to appear now. One of them is for 3rd place in GT3, and of course we've got this one we're watching now, and in fact the 2 cars behind in P11 and 12 are also starting to come together too. So we'll have to pick and choose as best we can, capture as much as the overtaking action as we possibly can. At the moment this is the closest one that we've got at to hand. And let's have a quick look at the battle for 3rd, which is actually just right behind. And Manatopov for Sim Racing holding off Panica Gaming now. Well, here comes the Ferrari, the 88, got on the attack though for Team Rookie Monsters. Bros Racing going around the outside. Are they going to be able to get the switch back here? Coming through the S's, not able to capitalise unfortunately. So blue flags now in effect between the 3rd place BMW. Of course they can choose to ignore it if they are in battle conditions, which of course they are at the moment. Panica Gaming in the meantime closing down that gap, and in fact right behind is the leading GT3 with Gregor Spillat in the 98 Luna Racing, and he's led him by. And it's going to cost him quite a bit of time in his attempts to take 3rd place. Up the road, Bros Racing. 0.5 seconds behind Simon Marshall. So, navigating through the S's. Nothing to report. Also got the battle close behind in 11th and 12th as well. That's the 111 BMW for Minato Boffa Sim Racing. And also Christian Sainz for Shattered Windshield Racing. And he's made the move down into turns 10. Where is Simon Marshall now coming through the final corner? He's taken the position, so 9th place there for Noah in the Bros Racing Ferrari. So it looks like the Ferrari from Bros Racing is back underway. So maybe they had a disconnection or a driver that was kicked out of the server momentarily. They're just coming back into pit lane now. But they are now at least 18 laps off the leader. So clearly having some troubles getting back underway again. But never give up. Never give up, guys. Anything can happen. Oh, we've had a DNF in the LMP2 class. That's in the form of the 16 from Juice's Motorsport Club. So troubles continuing. That gives us a total running of 28 cars here, of 29 that started. And we still have the battle between these two teams for 11th place. Just as it was about to get interesting, the 111 goes into pit lane. So that allows Christian Sainz to go through now. Now these two Ferraris are still firmly in battle, 0.5 seconds between them. And on board with Simon Marshall as he comes down into turn 6. Oh, the 88 makes a mistake on the exit of turn 7. Here comes Simon Marshall. He's already made the overtake. The Ferrari getting away significantly. 0.3 seconds alone just on that acceleration down the back straight. Ambrose Racing having to make way for the LMP2s coming through now, but there's no way he can make that ground back in the nick of time. Under braking into turn 10. Didn't lose as much time as I thought he would, given the amount of rear wheel spin that he had, but he's now lost that position once again and into 11th place once more. Oh, it continues as he goes onto the grass now. And you've got the car behind for position. That is the 26. Minardi Profit Racing. Oh, and he's got a spin around. So there was contact there in the first corner. Made the move down onto the inside. And there was a small overlap there from the BMW. Made contact with the rear fender of the Ferrari and just sent it fully spinning round. Doesn't look like it would have caused too much damage. But still, nevertheless, that is not the way that you want to end that. Now Milan Saran is now in the mix in P5 and now firmly behind the BMW. Coming down into turns 10. Having a little peep, just thinking about what options are available. That sounded like a big accident as well. Not too sure what that was, but it sounded pretty nasty. And got this battle starting to unfold. This is both the Team Rookie Monster cars, funny enough. The number 1 and the number 2. Robert Pawn in charge of number 1.
Driver penalty for car number 26 for contact with car number 88.
So penalty there for the 26. And here comes the number 2 against the sister car. Adam Shipstone taking the lead here over Robert. So following the number 1 now. It's going to go on board with Robert as he navigates through some of the GT3 traffic. Now, as we were mentioning at the start of this part of the race, the number 11 had gone into pit lane under code 80 conditions, whereas Lunar Racing did not. So they've conducted their driver change in the 98 with Lunar Racing. However, if you look at the gap now, Andrew Parkinson is now firmly ahead in first place by at least 40 or so seconds. He is coming to about the midway point in his current stint. They can do at least 40 laps in these GT3 cars from the data that I've seen so far this afternoon. So it'll be quite some time before Andrew comes back in once again, and we're now approaching the last half of the third hour of this afternoon's race, and that of course is when the first round of points are awarded. Team RGPL doing well in the closing stages of the first half as well. Third place in the prototype class, and just around 3 seconds shy of the 15 from Juicy's Motorsports Club here. Blackhawk Racing into the pits once more from the lead of the race, 35 seconds ahead of Juicy's Motorsports Club. They're due in a short moment's time as well. Yeah, there we go. Juicy's Motorsports also entering pit lane here. So 14 minutes to go until the first round of points are awarded. And in comes the 17. Just two random people standing in the middle of pit lane in fluorescent jackets. Wonderful to see safety is taken seriously here at Road Atlanta. And the 17 has got back out of pit lane very quickly in comparison to the 15. I mean, the 15 is still stationary at the moment. Back underway any moment now. They're waiting to go. Blackhawk Racing back underway quite a while, some time ago, as is the 17. So clearly using that short stop to gain ground against the rest of the competition before we get to the 3-hour mark here. Now the 15 has just re-entered the race right behind Tony Jansen in the 33 from DSG Motorsports. So pressing the attack already on the run down towards the braking zone at the chicane. Tony Jansen will be due in this lap anyway, just looking into the strategic side of things. No, he's actually going to stay out. Okay, so clearly maybe opting for a lower fuel usage. In comes the 66 and the number 4. Royal Blue Racing going up on the jacks as the Black Hole Racing 66 has a driver change. So Blatsvara out of the car now. Alex Portigum now in. So now just 9 minutes left before we award the first round of points here for round 8 of the WCC. And it'll be the halfway point of the race itself. So moving over to the leading GT3 car momentarily. Now let's have a quick look at the pace between themselves and whether or not they can get to the end of this particular hour. They are on lap 32, which means they should be pretty safe to come to the 3-hour mark. In fact, they should be pitting just as we enter the second half of the race, at about maybe 2:55, maybe something around there. Besides that, though, they should be pretty comfortable to bring the car home in first place ahead of Luna Racing. And I'm just trying to find any on-track battles that are unfolding. Unfortunately, well, we do have this one is still 1 second apart. This is between the 12 Vaughan Freeman for Tracks VR Racing and the 19 Simco Porsche. So they are around 1.6 seconds adrift as they come over the start finishing line. And they've also got the BMW from Minato Boffa Sim Racing between them. That is the 111 in 13th place. They will have the slipstream from the BMW ahead that may play into his advantage if he can get the slipstream done. The gap now down to, well, it's actually gone back up to 1.4. Some overlay trickery going on here. As we've now only got 3 minutes left until those points are awarded. So it's game on for the 19. Simcoe's got a lot of work to do if he catches out. Vaughan Freeman, though, extending that gap by a few tenths as they come over the crest of turn 5. Now coming into the final few moments here of the first half. And a battle between the two DSG Motorsport LMP2s here. So who's going to take the top spot out of the sister cars is the question. 44 seconds remaining. And Pim Van Ark currently leading out of the two. And I believe the 57 actually has... Oh no, the 33 has the advantage in the overall standings here. It looks like Pim Van Ark will have the advantage over Tony Jansen coming down into Sector 1. 14 seconds remaining. And there is your current standing. So Dimitri Bushka for Black Hawk Racing, followed by the 17 from Team RGPL, and then Toyin Yulur for Juicy's Motorsports Club. And then it is the 57 DSG Motorsport car, followed by the Sister 33, driven by Tony Jansen, and the number 2 from Adam Shipstone, Team Rookie Monsters, and the sister car, the number 1, close behind in 7th. Charlie Riego in 8th, followed by Black Hawk Racing, 66 in 9th, and then Royal Blue Racing in P10. And then sadly, one retirement in the form of Juice's Motorsport, Jeff Klaus in the 16. In GT3, Trax VR Racing, their best result so far this season, after taking home 25 points ahead of Luna Racing in the 98. Panica Gaming with Peter Lithnowski in the 29 in 3rd. Manatopoffa Sim Racing in the 26 P4. Milan Saran in the 18 in P5. Both the Team Rookie Monster Ferraris, P6, P7, and then we've got Row Racing in the 23 in P8. Bros Racing with Noah behind the wheel in the 88 in P9, Vaughan Freeman in P10. And outside we've got the 19 Simco Porsche, Patrick Bacrati behind the wheel, Shattered Windshield Racing in P12. Manatopoffa Sim Racing is the 111, followed by Wayne Newton for the Task Force Racing McLaren, Bartek in the Panica Gaming 76, and then Houdini Racing and Bros Racing Ferrari. They're still running despite all that's happened to them in the 87. They are many laps down, unfortunately. However, they are still going strong. And so where is the leading GT3? Because they will be coming into pit very shortly. As mentioned, we are now 3 minutes into the second half of this afternoon's race, and they are on lap 39. So they may go one time more around the circuit of Road Atlanta, but besides that, they will need to come into pit lane very shortly to conduct their pit stop. In the meantime, the 98 is 41 seconds behind, so they have kept them at bay, setting lap times that are pretty much on par with everything that's going on around them. It was at one point, Adam was at least 37 seconds behind, so he did gain some time, but it looks like traffic may have hit them quite badly at some point, moving them back to where they were. But all is fair in love and war when it comes to endurance racing. That's just how it falls sometimes. You know, I've been racing for many years, and sometimes you just think, how comes this guy's getting all of the good traffic? How comes they're all overtaking him on the straights, and I always get them in the corners? But you know, it's just how it works. There is a bit of luck to endurance racing, that is for sure. And even still going for one more lap, so they are now on lap 41. I can't imagine they will be going for much longer though. Maybe another 1 to 2 more laps potentially from the lead of the race here. Royal Blue Racing, ooh, thinking about it, going into turn 3. Trap VR Racing giving them space. And even still holding back down through the S's. Oh, and there goes an instant between the number 1. Bit ambitious coming down through the S's there, and even still they wasn't able to pass the Ferrari. So yeah, a bit of flash of headlights saying, what on earth are you doing? So after all of that, they didn't really gain anything. So always a reminder, down the S's, it's best just to wait. It really is. Back with Andrew Parkinson. And into pit lane they come. So 2 hours and 55 minutes. That places them in good stead for the end of the race as well. There'll be another 2 stops before they can get to the checker flag here. In the meantime, Adam is starting to gain the ground, as you would predict, and is on about halfway through his current stint. So interesting to see the different tactics beginning to play out, all due to fact, of course, the early pit stop made under Code 80 conditions made by the number 11 here. And here comes the 98 now. Across the top of the hill, they will resume the lead of the race, no doubt, as the number 11 is still stationary as Adam goes by. So Andrew now just waiting for the go, and there he is. And looks like we may have a battle beginning to emerge between these guys. Oh no, that's because the 15 is in pit lane. So you've got also the 15 GC's Motorsport in pit lane too. So that's where that information was coming from. Just following Robert around the circuit for Team Ricky Monsters as Mantis Ricus now takes over the 15 from GC's Motorsports, and that gap is closing down. Was at 4 seconds, now at 2.5. So we're going to have a fight for 5th place coming up in a very short moment's time. Or sorry, P5, my apologies. The number 1 coming into pit lane. And so no chance for that battle. A bit of flash of headlights, probably some friendly camaraderie going on there between the number 1 and number 15. And another battle coming into play here. This is the number 80 and the 73. You've also got... oh no, that is a lap down, my apologies, ahead. So you've got the P4 car just going by. That's the Simco Porsche. And also the number 80 behind for Shattered Windshield Racing. So Martin Maggie behind the wheel of the number 80 at the moment, sitting in 10th place. Really strong result for these guys. In terms of the championship standings, they are sitting in 17th place. They took 10 points home 2 weeks ago at Interlagos, but they sit on 27. So at the moment, so far this afternoon, it's going to be a strong result for these guys. So as this battle unfolds, we're going to drag in one of the team principals for Duty's Motorsport Club. Welcome Nick Newcomb to the commentary box. And yes, it's one story of woe, another of success it seems. You've got Manchester Rikas in the 15 and P4, and not so good news for the 16.
Yeah, it's been a story of two cars obviously. Jeff had a great start, to be fair. From the first few 2-3 laps, was up into P7 and was closing down on P6 position when a car in front, I'm not sure which one it was, I think they said in the chat, had a 3-second screen freeze, and there was nothing, absolutely nothing Jeff could do. So I was able to jump into the car and we did a driver swap at that point. And then I did about 2.5 stints, I think.
Big effort.
Managed to bring some time back, but obviously it was still difficult. And Jeff got back in the car and I think he lost the back end with a GT3 in front.
I take it you were still carrying damage at that time as well.
Yeah, car was okay, but the back end went a couple of times on me, so it wasn't perfect. Yeah. After the wing damage, I think the game's better than it was, because I know at one point it felt like your car looked like it had the wing on when you viewed the car, but inside the car it felt like it wasn't on. But I think that's been improved a lot. But I went a couple of times. And obviously it was just where Jeff was, he couldn't get away from the wall, so we're all working together to try and help the 15 Obviously, getting the points at the top of the hour mark was good. Then we made the pit stop. Mantis is getting back in. Turn's done a great job. There was this times he was 2 seconds plus faster than the guy in front, so he brought the time right back. Even though at times he feels disappointed about his stint. Obviously, we see a different view. So he's done good. Mantis is in. We're not sure how we're going to work this. We're just going to check the numbers and that. But this race is just going to be, I think, decided as normal in endurance races. The final pit stop, because there's obvious so many different strategies going on. Between the top 5. Obviously. Well,
we've had quite a few large code 80s, and that's resulted in a lot of teams coming in prematurely. And that's just thrown everything out. And even I've lost track to a degree. So, again, you're sitting in P4. You're 70 seconds behind Pim Van Aert in 57. What's the real? Have you got a number in your head that you're aiming for as inside the 15 garage or?
3, obviously P3 minimum. I think we can get. We've only pitted about 10 minutes ago, maybe even less. I'm not sure. So we'll see how it goes. We're going to start. Obviously, the numbers are going to be start running, and we'll see where we are. We'll try and make that final pit stop near as mark we can to the time to do it. Either a full service or within the 30 minutes stint level. But the top 5 it's just going to be on. I think it's going to be a great finish, absolutely brilliant finish. I think the fact it's sad that we're one of the cars out, but if you look at the field, there's hardly any DNFs. I think was there 2? I think something like that.
There's still 2. We had the 12, but I think most of them have been DCs most of the time.
But it's been brilliant, hasn't it? You know what I mean? So it's hats off to everybody in the field. I think I know for a fact John my stint only had a couple of issues with GTs breaking loose a little bit, obviously with a different weight transfer. We're having to brake a little bit heavy, but most of the time it's been what I've seen anyway. It's been pretty good, and I hope it carries on like that. But I hope everybody gets to the end now, and I haven't got a clue who's going to get top 3 at the minute. Out of the P2s.
How are you finding?
And that's what you like.
Yeah, exactly. That's what we love to see, is everyone come home all within close times of one another. But how are you finding the tyre degradation in the LMP2 class? Are you able to easily double stint the tyres here? Of course, there's a lot of high speed corners.
Yeah. The front left obviously takes a hammer.
Yeah.
I had a difference in deg of about 18 to 19 front to left, but I was still I was coming to the end of my second stint. 3/4 through, I think it went down to 61 front left, and I think I was 80 front right.
Yeah.
And I was still high 78, 79s on the rear, both rear.
Yeah.
I think it's I don't know. I'm not having it's the pedals that do it. You know what I mean?
Not too much right foot.
No, you know what I mean. It feels the tyres are good, but obviously when one tyre at the front is really low, the weight transfer
it starts to
is affected, and I think that's what the worry is, especially when you're coming up to different class cars. You need to be really careful. Handling wise, it's not too bad. It's just obviously you've got some sharp left rights. I think the hardest part actually is it turn 6 and 7? Because every kick is a turn here, isn't it? The double right-hander.
Yeah, the one that's got the really low levels of grip.
Yeah,
which is turn 7.
Yeah, it's really bad there, and I think that's the most difficult part actually. Turn 10 and 10A are just quality. I love them. I love that turn. But I think it's going to be good. I would get some water and keep going, because the last 45 minutes is just going to be mega, because that's when all the different strategies are going to come together and converge, and we'll see what happens. But I think whoever comes out the winner here, I know the leader's got a 70-second gap, but that's nothing in this event.
No.
Absolutely nothing.
Absolutely nothing. No, you're completely right. How have you found the traffic conditions? Of course, we always say, especially when we do Petit Le Mans, etc., that this circuit is unique. It's one of a kind. And you know, how would you compare it to all the previous rounds, like Interlagos, etc.? Have you find it more difficult, easier?
It is a bit difficult because you got, like, you go into turn 1, turn 2's blind, you know, and turn 3, turn 5 is blind. It's just so difficult, and obviously that even the last turn going over the top of the hill, if a car is, like we saw at the beginning of the race with number 1 car not realizing he was coming into service penalty and there was a car sideways to the track.
Yeah,
he couldn't see him, and even though he was beginning to slow down, obviously for the pit in, he couldn't do anything about it, and he just slid straight into him, simply because you've got that many blind turns. Obviously, if everybody's using crew chief, yes, you get told yellow flag, you see the yellow flag in your hood, but you know, it doesn't say where. I had 2 or 3 yellow flags coming at the top of 5, so you know, you go in with a little cautious, and then there's nothing there, and you floor it again, you know what I mean? But there'll be that one time where you don't lift slightly, where there's a car, you've got no chance to, you know. So it's when the yellow flags at certain spots where it's blind entry, you've got lift, because that one time you don't lift, there's eggs or eggs. There's a car there. There's a car there. So never take anything for granted that there won't be a car there. You've always got to be cautious. Yes. Especially at this track.
Well, you know, thanks for giving us an insight into the ongoings in Juicy's Motorsport, and you know, as again, it's been a fantastic race for Mantis and for Tuinlua as well. Yeah. But it's just unfortunate that you got caught up in one of those incidents for the 16. That was going strong as well.
It was tough.
Again, that's endurance racing, isn't it? You win some, you lose some, and
you win and you lose. I felt sorry because Jeff was doing so well, and you know what I mean. And in his last words, really well, like, I'm only, I think, 1 point something behind P6. He was actually faster on catching up on the P6. And nothing you can do if a car lags into you. There's nothing you can do, especially when it threw him off the track and caused major damage. So it was sad, but we knew that the car was there. So it's just one of them things. We'll just support the 15 as best we can, and hope for a good finish. Yeah,
well, we look forward to seeing how all the strategies unfold, and wish you the best of luck in the final closing stages when it all matters.
Yeah, thanks very much. Keep up the good work, and we'll see you when the flag drops.
Yeah, fingers crossed, bud. Take it easy.
Right, cheers now. Bye bye.
So that was Nick Newcomb, one of team manager and driver for Juicy's Motorsport Club. And he was driving in the 16, as already just discussed, but didn't come together, wasn't too fortunate. But however, the 15 is going strong. Mantis Ricus certainly in the fight. They're all pretty much on the similar pace and ready to do battle. And of course, loads of different strategies unfolding. That's why we love endurance racing here at CFS. There's just so many different opportunities and ways that everyone can get to the checkered flag, and it may seem quiet right now with all these large gaps, but you wait until the end. As Nick said, once they all go into the pit lane for the final time, that's when it gets interesting, because all the gloves are off and it's all about sprinting to the finish. So right now we're following around the 29 from Panica Gaming here. This is one of the closest battles out on circuit for the time being. Milan Saran being the next car down the order in P4, and Colin Sanders in Tracks VR Racing sitting in second place with a gap of around 54 seconds or so. Now, this is one such battle that we will be very eager to watch unfold, because Colin Sanders and this 11 Corvette came into the pits with around 2 hours and 55 minutes remaining. Now, these cars can go for around 40 laps, or 40 to 43 laps, give or take. And that typically roughly rounds out to about an hour's of racing here at Road Atlanta. So I feel fairly certain that these guys will be able to go into the pits just 2 more times before being able to go to the checkered flag and that final dash to the finish. Whereas I'm not too sure how that story tells for the 98 of Luna Racing. Now, if we have a look at their current stint, they are around 37 laps in at the moment. This is Adam's first stint in the car. And he'll be due into the pit lane potentially in the next 5 laps or so. But that means that will take him to about 1.5, and then 30 minutes to go. So they may be able to get to the end. I believe they will, in fact, just coming to think about it. But whether or not the 11 will be able to do anything in the meantime to make sure that they can close that gap down in the closing stages, I do not know. So we're going to have to stop now at the half-an-hour mark, or just about half an hour. So that's 2:30. Then I'll have to go in again at 1:30, and then I'll have to do a splash and dash at the end. And that's so basically, as of now, they have to do 3 stops. Track VR Racing only have to do 2 stops. So that's where the interesting question mark lays, is whether or not, how much time are they going to lose in that final splash and dash to the finish? Will it be enough to retain the lead? Now we have a battle here for second place in the prototype class. Mantis Ricus and the 17, I believe that's already just taken place. But the 17 due into the pits. I think they might have just been caught up in an incident somewhere, because they've lost a lot of time all of a sudden. Yes, the 17 now starting a new stint. So they've just conducted their pit stop. They haven't been involved in an incident. That was an official stop. Yeah, Mantis Ricus has taken advantage. They are currently on lap 17, so they're about midway through their current stint and moving up into second place there for Juice's Motorsports. Gap is up to 1.7 seconds now, coming through turn 7. So Mantis Ricus really in a strong rhythm at the moment, not able to break that at all. Last lap was coming through 112.4, 113.2 for the 17 behind. So that battle is evaporating before our very eyes. Unfortunately, we'd like to see some good wheel-to-wheel action, but however, Mantis Ricus is too strong at this stage of the race. In the meantime, we do have this GT3 fight, which is slowly but surely coming closer together. Vaughan Freeman, Noah Niemling in the 88, Martin McGee in the 80 for Shattered Windshield Racing. And this is for, I believe, P10 in class. Yes, it is. And we are now halfway through hour 4 of the race here this afternoon for 6 hours of Road Atlanta. Don't forget to give us a thumbs up if you're enjoying the action, and subscribe for more if you already haven't. Got many more races from now up until April. gap now down to 1.2 seconds. Coming on to the back straight. So it's slowly but surely coming closer and closer indeed, which is always good to see. Oh, bit of a sideways moment there for Martin as he comes through turn 5. Just managed to hold on to it though. Now, it's been a while since we've seen our leading prototype here. The number 6 still firmly in charge of this afternoon's race. Mantis Ricus still around 65 seconds behind in the 15 Juices Motorsport Club car. And then it's the 17 who is about 3.5 behind in third place themselves. Just going to drag in one of the race marshals, or race directors, should I say. Welcome, David Butley, to the box. And has it been?
John, it's not been too bad.
No, you don't say that.
The opening half hour was a bit manic. There was quite a bit of a mess on the start from a few people, but yeah, it's calmed down, and after just some little incidents here and there, it's not been too bad. I'm quite shocked because normally we have quite the attrition rate here at Road Atlanta whenever we race here, but everyone seems to be doing really well today and getting to the end.
Oh, and as you say, that 2 cars make contact at turn 3. The commentator's curse is alive and well, that's for sure. But yeah, I think I would agree with that. We've only got 3 retirees. The 111 has just retired in BMW, but we've got a total running of 27 out of 29, which is actually quite high considering the circuit we're at. But yeah, I mean, other than that, how's traffic management been from a race director's point of view?
There's been a couple of reports for things like ignoring blue flags and some robust overtaking manoeuvres, but everyone seems to be dealing with traffic very well. I've not seen too many issues with Sector 1. which has been good. So yeah, everyone's been fairly well behaved, which has been very nice to see.
Always good. And how have you been following the tactics that are unfolding as a result of code 80s, etc.? We had some really nasty ones this afternoon. Do you want to enlighten us on some of those, or so we didn't actually see most of them, but
yeah, I mean, there was obviously the one that Nick was speaking about earlier, which was with the GT Motorsport. I think the 87, I believe. Yeah, that was a huge incident they had. Is one of those, yeah, as you said, screen freeze from the 87, and yeah, just like straight into the 15, which the 16, which sent it into the wall, sent cars and bits flying. So that was a particularly nasty crash. The number 4, I can't remember exactly what caused that particular incident. Oh, that was contact with number 2, I think it was. So that was quite a hefty incident as well. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure what happened with the, I think it was the 76 panic again with BMW. I was away getting food.
Oh, okay.
That happened.
I remember catching the back end of it when they had no rear wing, but other than that, I was like, okay.
Yeah, so there's been a couple of kind of, one person as well. Particularly through turn 1, it's very easy just to get the line completely wrong in there and just dip a wheel on the grass, and there's no stopping. As soon as you hit that grass, you're going straight into the wall. You'd be very lucky to keep it out, really.
Yeah, I mean, thankfully, I've not seen many over-ambitious manoeuvres down into Sector 1, which I was really worried about. I pretty much had anxiety over the thought of it. Just thinking about all these LMP2s diving past all these GT cars down into the S's, which is what's always happened in the past. But I think everyone's been quite well behaved. As you mentioned, there's been quite a few nasty accidents, but I don't really think there's been much else to report, really, from a race marshalling point.
No, I mean, it's been fairly standard. Obviously, yeah, there has been a few incidents that we've looked at. So I think the 6 might have got turn 5 wrong, but they're underway again. Yeah, I mean, everyone's doing actually very well indeed, and I'm thoroughly impressed. And hopefully we'll see this many cars get to the end of the race in about 2.5 hours.
What are your thoughts on the new entries? Have they been behaving themselves, keeping the noses clean? Got, I think, one in the LMP2 and one of the GT3 corners this afternoon.
Well, I've not had any reports from them, so they must be doing well. The 17 doing an absolutely fantastic job. First race, and they're currently signed 3rd position. So brilliant from them. I can't remember what the other entry was. The McLaren,
the 22, yeah.
Yeah, 22. They're sat in 12th, so that's a pretty good showing. And yeah, the McLarens, I've not heard a thing from them. So they've kept out of trouble and have just been trundling around and picking up the points. But yeah, I'm very impressed with number 17. They've come out of the gates very strong.
Well, yeah, I mean, they're currently sitting in P3 and potentially win the fight for at least 2nd place as well. Mantis Ricus sitting in 2nd. But yeah, I mean, it's been pretty successful then, I guess, from your point of view. I don't really know what else to say. I've run out of questions. My brain is just ticking over. There's been no DNFs. There's been a few big accidents, but other than that, it's been pretty quiet.
Pretty much. I'm looking forward to seeing how all the strategies you can converge the kind of closing stage of the race. It's going to be very close. Mantis Ricus in that number 15 is flying at the moment.
Oh yeah.
So it's going to be very interesting to see if he can close that gap towards number 6 towards the end of the race, and whether the 17 can do anything about it as well.
And not forgetting the GT3 battle, because Trats VR have only got to do 2 stops. They're currently leading again because Adam's just come into the pit lane in the last few moments, but they have to do another 2 stops as well.
Yeah, it's going to be close. It takes a lot to dethrone the number 98, but yeah, number 11's in a good position to do that today. So yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see what happens towards the end of the race.
Well, there's no current battles out on circuit at the moment. As I say, the Triple One's just reported that they've had an engine failure, so another one sadly retiring from this afternoon's event. But at the moment, the tactics are just trickling on, really. There's not much going on. No battles in view at the moment as we enter the second half of the fourth hour here. And still plenty of cars going around Road Atlanta circuit and lighting her up in all of her beauty with those headlights.
It's a very pretty track at night time, isn't it? Road Atlanta. It's not one of those ones that's completely flooded with light at all times of day like Daytona, especially on the back straights and dark areas. And it just looks good seeing the cars come towards you.
Well, I've never understood why people do that. I know, let's have a racing circuit. We'll do endurance racing so that we go into the night, but in order so that everyone can see, we're just going to put floodlights everywhere. You're like, well, what's the point in going nighttime racing then if you're just going to light everything up as if it's daytime? It doesn't make any sense.
I think in the context of Daytona, I think that's partly NASCAR's fault.
Yes. Oh yeah, NASCAR. Yeah.
Obviously, they don't have headlights; they're just stickers. But yeah, other tracks.
Yeah, but like Bahrain. Bahrain is just like a sun. You know, there's just lights everywhere. Especially in the modded version, it's like you've got miniature suns in every single corner of the screen, and it's especially when they first get turned on. It's like, oh my god, just give me back daytime. It's so much better.
I guess in real life, Bahrain, they've started doing Formula 1 there at night time. So yeah, but in terms of the modded version of Factor 2, it's unbelievably bright.
Chaos.
It's yeah, it's utter chaos. It's like racing on the surface of a star. But,
yeah, it's like Mario Kart, isn't it? It's like what's the Rainbow Road on Mario Kart? That's what Bahrain reminds me of in R-Factor 2. It's like as soon as those lights come on, it's like, oh god, I'm tripping. I haven't even taken anything and I'm tripping.
I've been in this commentary box for about 5 minutes and I've already started talking about Mario Kart.
It's just the way it is. It's just the way CFS admins communicate.
Yeah, we're a bit weird like that.
At least, so was it last year we had Road Atlanta? It was the older version. Thankfully, it's when the new shaders came out. Do you remember when it had all of the weird shader effects when you were coming down the back straight? Do you remember that?
Vaguely.
So when it was going from daytime to nighttime, there was this new shader patch that came out from R-Factor 2, and all the mods hadn't been updated yet. So all the LMP2s that were going down the back straight, don't know why it only affected the LMP2s, but anyway, as they were coming down the back straight, the entire sky just went full rainbow mode, you know, like a glitch where everything was rotating at 1,000 miles an hour and all these different colours. And they had to endure that for at least 3 hours.
Oh no. Not distracting, that's all.
Only coming down to the fastest braking zone of the entire circuit, you know.
It's just blinded by the sky. Fine. It's been a little bit of a race of what ifs, really, as well. Obviously, the number one had some issues at the beginning of the race. It's put them right at the back of the field. Along with the 79, they've had an absolute shocker in terms of their incidents as well. But yeah, it would have been interesting if the number one didn't get into the issues it did at the start of the race. Where would they be? Where would they be fighting? And yeah, the 79 as well. They're normally kind of podium position, so I wonder where they would have been if they hadn't had those issues earlier on.
Yeah, I was saying this at the start of the stream because they fell down the order quite early on, and I was just looking at the standings and I was just thinking to myself, On-Off Racing in second place. They're only about 26 seconds behind. There's 50 points available, maximum points available here this afternoon. If they hadn't have run into such the bad luck that they have had this afternoon, they could have potentially taken the lead of the championship, you know? If all the chips had fallen in their favour, they would be taking the lead of the championship this afternoon.
Yeah, that's endurance racing, unfortunately, though.
And the same goes for the 97 as well. Because, of course, they had that big freeze. They've had internet issues all race long. That's our championship leader in the GT class, and now Lunar Racing are likely to take the lead going forward into Road America.
Yeah, they've had all the worst luck as the 87. Lots of internet issues throughout the past few rounds, which has been really unfortunate. Hopefully that can get remedied for the rest of the season. But yeah, They've had the worst luck so far, and it's hoping it can just turn around at least for them.
Yeah, I mean they're still going now. I mean, hats off to them for doing that. I mean, 17 laps down off the leading class car. That takes some motivation to do, to be honest. Because although I'm all for one of sitting there as a team member and saying, guys, we just need to keep going no matter what happens. 17 laps. You know nothing's going to happen unless other people die in a ball of fire. You're not moving anywhere up that standing order. So that's all they're doing right now, is just hoping that everyone else runs into trouble in the last 2 hours and 15 minutes.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they've one more person after just needs to retire, and they've got at least a point. So they're going to be hoping to kind of claw back whatever they can. But it is demoralising when you look at the next competitive car and it says plus 10 laps. You think, what's the point? But all credit to them for continuing on.
Yeah, definitely. Again, you should just keep going and going. I mean, if I was in that situation, I just wouldn't even bother looking at the timing sheets. I would just say, let's just get to the end of this, and let's just see where we are. Because if you start doing numbers and working out strategy, it's just going to be demoralising, as you say. It's better just to say, right, okay, let's just focus on the next lap and the next lap until we get to the end, and then we can say, this is the best that we could do.
Yeah, absolutely. It's good practice at least. There'll be experts that race they do next here. But that's kind of the tactic you need to take in these circumstances. Okay, this is just good practice now. I can start putting in the laps and trying to find the limits of the car and myself. At the end of it, if they start setting fast laps, if they can figure out the ideal lines they can take going forwards, then that's something they've got from the race. So the more they can learn, the more they can kind of salvage, the better position they'll be in come next time they race here.
Oh yeah, even if it's not into anything to do with Road Atlanta, even for a team. Oh, the number 3's gone off big time into the last corner. It went upside down. I don't even know how that is possible. It must have digged into the grass on the run down the hill and into the barrier in a big way. It's still back on. It's still moving. Still got all wheels attached to the car. Still has the rear wing. They must have made a tribute to the iRacing gods before coming on to the circuit today.
That's not a happy car though. The way it came.
Oh no, definitely not. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if they had chassis damage or crabbing down some of the straights here. But yeah, that's definitely not good.
Yeah, could be possibly time to call a code 80 for that one because they seem to be struggling to control the car. So I'm going to head off, call that, and I'll speak to you soon.
See you in a bit. So that
all drivers is race control, code 80 in 10 seconds.
He's once again a very busy man, it seems. As the number 3 tries to regain some form of control.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Code 80 enforced.
And there we go. Code 80 enforced. Number 3, probably very thankful of that by race control. And that means that they can now relax and think about what they need to do next, which is get back into pit lane and conduct the essential repairs required. And in comes On-Off Racing for the LMP2s, coming in from 7th place, and they are 2 laps off the leader at the moment, but they could easily move up into 5th place based on where they are at the moment. What's their strategy at the moment? So they've already... Yeah, so they're on lap. They've completed 25 laps on their current stint. And back underway they go as the other cars come into pit lane. And you've got Trax VR Racing in pit lane 2, 10 minutes before they are due in. Not too sure if that's going to bite them in the long run. I mean, they'll save time in pit lane. They may need another splash and dash at the end of this then.
All drivers, green flag in 10 seconds. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Green, green, green.
So on-off racing back out on circuit. And we've got the third place BMW from Panicky Gaming once more in pit lane. And they've got the 26 for company just behind. And they start to roll once more onto the grey stuff. So Blackhawk Racing still leading the way. Paul Holt in the DSG Motorsport LMP2 behind by about 80 or so seconds. So pit lane is now completely clear. We've got 26 running out of 29 is what we started with. Mantis Rikus in third place, 3.5 seconds behind Paul Holt. And you've also got the 17 car, which is Team RGPL, in fourth, just coming over the crest of the hill in the background there, 6.5 seconds behind. So already we're starting to see the top 5 close in on one another. You've also got the number 1 from Team Ricky Monsters in 5th place. Haven't had the best of afternoons, but still in a strong position to come home P5. Now, the interesting news after that particular code 80, of course, is the Trats VR Racing Corvette. Now, they've actually pitted at the end of the second hour, about 2 minutes 10. Was the exact time that the code 80 was called. Oh, sorry, not 2 minutes, 2 hours 10 was the correct time. So I'm not too sure whether or not they're going to be able to get to the end of the race, but they will have saved time simultaneously.
All drivers is race control, code 80.
Oh, and there's another big incident, of course. So that's going to change things even more so. This could be the 98 calling.
4, 3, 2, 1. Code 80 enforced.
Not too sure where that is. Live timing isn't showing me a track map this afternoon. I'm not too sure why. That's what I typically use to locate any misfortunate souls. Oh, it could be the 87. No, it looked like maybe potentially they were crabbing, but that isn't the case. And here comes Mantis Ricus, also Paul Holt into pit lane. Let's have a look tactically where that leaves them. So Paul Holt now completing 24 laps of the current stints. They're pretty much at the end of that one. Mantis Ricus, on the other hand, not so much the same. He only completed 8 laps on that particular stint, although this time going for some new tyres. Oh, the number 6. Thank you for that information. So David saying that the 12 and number 6 header coming together. That's our race leader here this afternoon. That is quite a development indeed. Depends how much damage has been caused to the Black Hawk Racing car. As he now sits in pit lane. Oh, he's gone straight back out again.
Like in 10 seconds. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Green, green, green.
And back underway. That was a very peculiar stop for Black Hawk Racing there. They went into pit lane and then went straight back out again. So maybe whether or not they were checking to see if they needed any repairs. Anyway, back to the discussion that we was having about the Tracks VR Racing Corvette. This could potentially be... I don't really know what to think of it, because the Code 80 will have meant that they save time on the pit stop. That is a given, because of course everyone else is going at 80 kilometers an hour, etc. That's no surprise. But if they had decided to stay on their current strategy, they would have had to do 2 stops and then get to the finish without any extra trip down pit lane. I mean, I'm not too sure. It depends. I'm in 2 minds about it. They will need another splash and dash at the end of the race with about 10 minutes remaining, though. That's the thing. On board with the 11, and he's around 24 seconds behind the leading GT3, and then you have Panica Gaming, who are about 90 seconds behind in 3rd. Now we have a battle starting to come together in the LMP2 class. Paul Holt and the 17 from RGPL. And that gap is around 2 seconds at the moment, and coming together. Last lap times was 1 minute 10.9 and 109.5, so it's a second and a half faster from the car behind in 3rd. So Kutsak definitely on the prowl at the moment. Both lap times coming in once again, 1:10.7 and 1:10.3. So Kutsak definitely the faster of the 2 cars at this moment in time. And here we go, battle is on. 0.7 seconds now, coming down the back straight. Looking to attack down into the braking zone at turn 10. Looking down the inside. Paul Holt utilising the GT3 traffic. So it doesn't phase Kutzak though as he goes down the inside into turn 3. Nice airborne shot here as he comes down into the S's. Paul Holt once again using the traffic in the GT3 class to his advantage. Oh, Paul Holt having a small moment. Nearly taps the back end of the McLaren 22. Coming onto the back straight once again. Accelerating out. He's made a nice gap between himself and the 17. On board with Kutzak. Into the braking zone for the chicane. And it's going to be another frustrating moment here for the 17. Team RGPL having to go down the inside. It's going to cost them a bit of time. Slightly misses the apex at turn 3. Up to 1.4. Last lap times, both in the 110s. 0.2 seconds faster by the 17 that time by. And now firmly within the sub 1 second mark, coming out of turn 7. Of course, the most vital corner here at Road Atlanta. And slipstream now in effect, 0.4 seconds. Coming down onto the attack as he comes by one of the GT3s. The Ferrari will pose a problem for Kutzak rather, as Paul Holt once again just knows exactly where to place the car in order to maintain that second place position. We're going for a risky overtake around the outside line, and nicely done there for third place position. This battle though continuing to rage on. And 1 hour and 54 minutes still remaining here. So once again, Kutzak starting to gain some ground on Paul Holt. Oh, mistake there coming into the turn 3 apex. Here comes the attack from the 17 down through the S's. Within 0.3 seconds now as they come through the apex of turn 5. This could be the opportunity he's been waiting for. It will be presented on the back straight here. On the run down towards the chicane of turn 10. And we've got some of the GTs to navigate. This is going to be the moment. Yes, accelerating nice and quickly out of turn 7. Paul Holt gets away at a similar speed. And also in the background, Mantis Rikus is now entering this fray. So it's going to be a 3-way fight for second. Here comes Kutzak on the outside this time. Paul Holt defending. Although he's still got the inside line, there's a bit of contact between the two of them. Here comes Mantis Rikus as well, over the brow of the hill into the final corner. We are 3 wide into the final corner. Mantis Rikus goes through from 4th into 2nd. I have never in my life seen a move like that. That is incredible. Over the brow of the hill, split the two of them, and somehow found the space to go from 4th into 2nd in that small space of time. That was, I have got no words. That was absolute class. That move right there. That is one of the corners where most people will lose their nerve. I was expecting to see 3 cars in the barrier at the final corner, but just knew exactly where to place the car, exactly how much room he needed, and just went for it. Just went for the smallest of gaps, and it paid off brilliantly. Now, while Mantis is getting away up ahead, these two are still fighting over the remnants of the podium positions. Third place is still up for grabs between Team RGPL and DSG Motorsports. On board with Alexei Kutzak once again. Gap is up to around 1.5 seconds. Just while they've been going around the circuit, I've been looking into the strategic side of the race. Mantis Rikus is on at lap 11 of this current stint. Same goes for Paul Holt. And on the 17, lap 15 currently for that current stint. So they're about halfway through. So all cars on similar strategies, give or take a few laps. So this will be pretty much as it stands for pace. Getting to the finish of the race. Of course, that final pit stop vital to make sure that they get the exact and right amount of fuel in order to get to the checkered flag. That could be the difference between a podium and a P4 right now. Here comes the attack from Kutzak down the inside this time. Paul Holt could not do anything about it this time by. Down into P4 there goes. At 17 moves up into 3rd. Great move. Now GT3 traffic coming into play. This is the McLaren 22 car. Navigated safely. Paul Holt still in the fight. So the gap now up to 2 seconds. Sadly, Paul Holt in the 57 not able to keep pace. In the meantime, Mantis already building that gap up to 4 seconds. That is an incredible pace, setting the new fastest lap of the race as well at a 1 minute 8.8 for the prototype class in these nighttime conditions. So it really is the fastest out there right now. Next car up ahead is Blackhawk Racing, of course, 77 seconds up ahead. So still a lot of work to do in order to be able to claim that overall top position. And 1 hour and 47 minutes to go. So after that breathtaking moment, I need to sit down for a small moment and calm my nerves. But what an overtake that was. But we're now going to go for a short commercial break here, ladies and gents. And we will then bring you the remaining action of Road Atlanta. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after these adverts. See you soon. Good evening, everyone. Welcome back to the live stream here at CFS, and we are just in the closing stages of the 6 hours of Road Atlanta, round 8 of the WCC Season 4. And if you're just joining us, you just missed a spectacular moment in the battle for the LMP2 class as Manchester and the Juices Motorsport Club car went from 4th to 2nd in one foul swoop right down into the last corner in between the two of them at a moment when we all thought it was all going to end horribly wrong, but they pulled it together nonetheless. So that is the current order of things. They are sitting in second place here, and just as we approach the final stages, let's have a quick look at the standings for you in our next mid-race results session. So Blackhawk Racing leading the way with Roman. They've been leading for quite some time this evening, and then as mentioned, Manchester in 15th, closing up in second place and gaining Mai Tayat, already knocking off about 10 seconds in the last adverts that we've just come out of. Then it's Team RGPL, their first race here with us in the WCC, spectacularly performing against some of the other competitors here. And then DSG Motorsports with Paul Holt in 4th place. Then we have Robert Pawn for Team Rookie Monsters. He is sitting in P5, and then we have Nicholas Lemoyne for On-Off Racing in P6. Team Rookie Monsters and the number 2 in 7th, and followed by Max Scholten and DSG Motorsports in 8th. Then it's Kasaba Kiss for Blackhawk Racing, followed by Royal Blue Racing in P10, and then last but not least we have, unfortunately, the number 16 retiring from 11th. Moving on to the GT3 side of things, it is the Luna Racing 98 that's leading the way. However, it is not all said and done, because in the closing stages we're expecting to see them go wheel to wheel with Trax VR Racing. By how much we do not know, but that is one battle that is soon to spice up. And then we have Panica Gaming in 3rd with Arcadius Retriever, followed by Team Simco Balas Kiss. Not too sure what's happened to the 26. I believe they may have run into some problems, but Row Racing occupy P5, Team Rookie Monsters in the 73 for P6, and then the 19 for Team Simco in 7th. The number 3, Team Rookie Monster Ferrari in P8, Bros Racing Ferrari in P9, and then Shattered Windshield Racing in P10. Outside of that, we have Joe Wilkes in the McLaren, which has a very large graphic design because it's stock and we haven't adjusted it, but they're first showing for this particular series, and they're sitting just outside of the 10. Vaughan Freeman in the Trans VR Racing Ferrari, Panica Gaming with Bartek in the 76, then Houdini Racing in the 77. Then we have the 26, which is only just recently retired for some reason unknown to us. And then Dennis Castillo Sims and the Bros Racing Ferrari. They've had a horrible afternoon, but still running, and they will no doubt pick up that last remaining 15th place. Then it's the 111, which also retired, unfortunately, and the 97 as well. So that is everyone all caught up and back up to speed as the cars all make their way around Road Atlanta. We're currently viewing turn 10 at the chicane, a place that has had many overtaking sessions occur in the last few moments of the race. Back up to the action then, and let's get back underway as the battle for 3rd place in the LMP2 class is still firmly underway. The 17 from Team RGPL holding off DSG Motorsports, who are just 3 or so seconds behind. So yeah, that's a retirement that we had during the commercial breaks that we've just come out of. So the 26 has somehow retired. Not too sure as to how that has happened, but that leaves us with 25 running cars out of 29 after 4.5 hours of racing. We also have a battle between two of the GTs, the 88 and the number 3 Ferrari. They're just coming through turns 10 now, making way for some of the oncoming traffic who are blue flagging. And yeah, so it's been a good result for Team Rookie Monsters overall. They're sitting in P8 and 9. And then they've also got P5 and 7 in the prototype class. 4 cars here with us as always. Blackwell Racing still leading by a comfortable margin. Mantis Freakus is starting to reel them in though. Last lap was a bit slow for Mantis Freakus, but overall he's knocked off at least 10 seconds in the last 10 to 15 minutes, which is really strong pace given that we've got an hour and a half left. Now if we look strategically into the pit stop strategy that we've got here, Roman in the number 6 has to come into the pits potentially in the next 7 to 8 laps or so. Mantis Freakus doing about the same. So it looks like it may be coming down to overall pace until we get to the end here. In fact, the top 4 teams, all that are on the lead lap, look to be on very similar strategies indeed. Luna Racing now back in pit lane in the GT3 category. That's allowed Colin Sanders back into position once more. And Colin Sanders now ahead by a good margin, 40 seconds or more. So these guys are going to be exchanging the lead of the race every time they come into pit lane. It all comes down to that final pit stop. Then we'll truly see who has the advantage here in the GT3 class and potentially maybe a battle for the overall lead itself. Oh, here comes all the LMP2s one by one. It's almost like the bus service here in Britain. They all seem to arrive at the same time. And coming down to turn 1 without issue. I think Colin is a bit of sigh of relief there as they all get by in one piece. Trying to find any ongoing battles for you all. And it looks fairly quiet here so far.
Number 4 for contact with car number 22.
Car 22, who is that? That rings a bell. Oh, it's actually the McLaren. So the new guys here with Joe Wilkes behind the wheel. Running into issues with, it seems, Royal Blue Racing, and Race Control has deemed it fitting to issue them with a penalty here. Looks like the 17's in pit lane. Yes, so Paul Holt will go by into third place. He himself is due into pit lane within the next 3 laps, though, so it won't last. And Kasabakis in the 66, trying to keep Max Scholten at bay in the DSG Motorsport car behind. He's just coming through the same set of corners. So now at the halfway mark of the 5th hour at the 6 hours of Road Atlanta. So we're coming into now the final phases of the race, tactically speaking. This will be the last opportunity for the teams to unleash their tactical decisions. Of course, they've been reacting to the race as it has unfolded with the Code 80s and when they've decided to come into the pit lane, etc., etc. And it will be the last few moments here, sometime between, especially for the GT3s at least, between now and the end of the race, when they decide to come into the pit lane and finally conduct that final pit stop. Now the GT3s, as we've already mentioned this afternoon, can last around about an hour on a full tank of fuel. So they'll need to make it at least till the 1 hour mark before they can actually do that particular strategy. But I don't believe the top 2 running teams, especially Lunar Racing, they've come in the last few moments, maybe 5 to 10 minutes ago. They will still need to do one more pit stop before we get to the checkered flag. In the meantime, TraxVR Racing and Colin Sanders still have around 10 laps left on their current stint before they can decide to come in and do another change. Manchester is into pit lane here. Paul Holt also in pit lane for DSG Motorsport there. So once again, we may see, I think they'll need one more stop here in the LMP2 class. If they can last around 45 minutes, which typically they do, they can get away with one final stop before going to the checkered flag. No doubt the overlay is a bit out in terms of timing. No, it's not actually. Incredible. So it's still 1 hour and 27 minutes remaining. I was expecting that to go down to about 120. But that is the way things are right now. And the 17's going past. Where are they tactically speaking? They're on lap 4 of their current stint. So firmly in control of third place after undercutting the 57. 1 hour and 25 minutes still remaining. And falling around the 17 for this short moment in time. Mantis Ricus back to 88 seconds behind Roman. And now has to conduct that work again as I believe the number 6 has just come into pit lane. Yes, it has. So down to sub 60 seconds as he comes into pit lane. And this is where it's all going to come down to. So they're both on very similar strategies for the front running teams here. Number 6 has been in pit lane for just some time. So probably about halfway through their current service on the car. In the meantime, Mantis Ricus within 26 seconds and closing down. It's just coming down to the final chicane as we speak. Could we see the 15 take the lead of the race here at this closing stage? There goes Black Hawk Racing back up to racing speed. Dimitri Bushka now inside the car. So that's a driver change, probably the final one for this evening's race. And the gap has now come back down to 14 seconds. 14 seconds, ladies and gents, for the lead of the race. Here comes Mantis now through the S's. I tell you what, Mantis is absolutely flying this in this particular round. It's just, I've never seen a comeback like this before. I mean, coming from P5 all the way into second place and potentially fighting for the lead. That is something, I tell you. The question is, what can Dimitri Buchka do in response to this outstanding pace coming from the 15? Let's get the timings. Of course, Dimitri will be on a 2-minute something after coming across the start finishing line, but the gap now officially 13 seconds and closing as we come across the start finishing line. So, of course, he will be trying to get back up to racing speed, and that's going to take some time. And I don't think time is something that they really have right now. So Black Hawk Racing on the back straight, or the back end of Road Atlanta, have been leading for quite some time this afternoon, so they've been the dominant force. And of course they had the 66, their sister cars, run into problems unfortunately, and they're running in 9th place as of now. Charlie Rigo also on-off racing. We haven't seen or mentioned these guys in quite some time. They're in P6, which is a very strong recovery drive considering where they were the last time we saw them. They've managed to get back into 1 lap deficit, which was up to 3 or 4 the last time that we looked. So this is almost the story of Mazda at Daytona this year, where they came back from 3 laps down. And after the Code 80s and the safety cars at Daytona, they were able to fight for the lead and came 3rd overall. So it just goes to show you can really recover quite nicely in these endurance events. And on-off racing, 29 seconds behind the number 1 Team Rookie Monster car. And if they want to damage or limit the damage caused in the championship standings, then it would be good to come home ahead of Team Rookie Monsters. Let's have a look at the last lap for on-off racing. Charlie Rigo's behind the wheel. Coming across the start finishing line. So 110.7. Robert Paul was a 111.1. So he is about 0.4 seconds faster on that particular lap. But again, we don't know what the traffic situation is for either of these cars on those particular readings. Let's quickly touch on the GT3 fight for the lead. In second place, of course, is the 98 Lunar Racing BMW. In first, we have Trax VR Racing with Colin Sanders. Now, he will be due into pit lane in a short while, maybe in the next 4 to 6 laps thereabouts for the Corvette team. Adam, in the other hand, he's only started lap 11 of his current stint, so he will be able to go for quite some time. Going further back is the 29 with Arkadiusz Satriba. He's on lap 36, so I expect him to come in very shortly as well. And it's going to be very interesting end to this race indeed. Dimitri Buska now responding 10-minute 4 on that last particular lap, and Mantis doing 10.7. So we are now matching each other's pace here for the front-running teams, with only one more pit stop, potentially one more pit stop to go. All depends when they decide to come into the pits. I'm predicting around 45 minutes remaining is when we will see them all enter pit lane, but then again, I could be wrong. We'll have to wait and see. Dimitri Buska still going faster. 10.1 is the last time by, and Mantis Rikas 10.9. So we're losing some pace here in the 15. Could be as a result of bad traffic, but we don't know. We really don't know. We haven't been watching the 15 for quite some time, so it could be any matter of things. Maybe the tyres have fallen off the wall. Who on earth knows? But we will keep a close eye on it as it unfolds. In the meantime, in terms of GT3 battling, we are now on lap 39 here for Trax VR Racing and the Corvette. So they will be entering pit lane in a few moments. Gap up for the leading LMP2s is 17 seconds. And, oh, Panica Gaming DNF'd. What on earth has happened to Panica Gaming? Arkadiusz Satriba in the Panica Gaming BMW, the 29 sitting in third place, has retired. That is really a development in the closing stages here. Team Simco will reap the rewards and move up into the podium positions. Oh, is that the leading LMP2? Is that the leading LMP2? No, it's not. It's the 66. My heart nearly jumped right out of my chest. I thought that that was going to be the end of it for Black Hawk Racing. But, yeah, it was just... It was the sister car. They're currently sitting in 9th place. And the leading GT3, I mean, wow. That was a heart-in-the-mouth moment there. Okay, the gap now, Mantis responding. So the traffic now falling in favour of the 15. Juicy's Motorsport car back down to 13 seconds between the two leading LMP2s. So things are starting to fall into place for them. And Arcadis had a connection lost. Oh, that is really bad news. Arcadis 3, but good news, is back underway. So at least there is a silver lining, but he's lost out on 2 positions, unfortunately. And what was looking to be a solid podium position, now in 5th place. Lap 41 for Colin Sanders has just commenced. So another 1 to 2 laps and we will be expecting these guys in pit lane. In the meantime, Adam's on lap 15 of his current stint. The gap up to 60 seconds now. And into the pit lane comes the number 11. This is a vital moment of this race for the lead in GT3. Now they're coming in with 1 hour and 12 minutes still remaining, which means they will still need to come into the pit lane one final time for a very small splash and dash of fuel. At the same time, Adam has to do the exact same thing. He needs at least one more pit stop, which will be his final one in about maybe half an hour's time in order to get to the end. Now the question is, how much of an advantage will he have at the point of which he takes the lead once more from Colin Sanders and the number 11, and how much time will he spend in pit lane as opposed to the number 11 when it comes to that final time they all enter the circuit. You know, just coming down into the final corner now, across the start finishing line, bit of touch of grass for good measure, and into the lead of the race. In the meantime, number 11 still stationary inside the pit box, alongside one of the BMWs who was less fortunate this afternoon. And back underway they go. Run over some pit crew members, why not? Just for good measure. And once again, off the pit limiter and away they go. Take it easy on the pit exit. Make sure there's no traffic around. And nicely back up to speed. And once more underway. Now the gap, once it settles, we'll wait a few moments for it to stabilise. And it is at 20 or 30 seconds. We'll call that 30 seconds as they come over the top of turn 5. With 1 hour and 10 minutes to go. Now the 98 will be going in for fuel only. And I'm not too sure how long that will take them in order to make sure that they've got enough for the checkered flag. But it will be at least half a tank, if not slightly more. So potentially around 30 seconds stationary. I'm not too sure. That's without the journey down pit lane. But the number 11 will have filled the tank to the brim, making sure that they can get as much as possible out of this Corvette now in the closing stages. I don't think there's any way that they can make it to the very end of the race on this current stint. If it was 105, maybe with a bit of coasting, they might be able to make that work. But I think 1 hour 10 is just asking a bit too much. Let's move over to this particular battle. This is the 88 and the 19 fighting in the GT3 class for 6th place, or sorry, 5th place rather, sorry. as they come across the start-finishing line. And the Porsche behind by just 1.5 seconds there. Just quickly touching on the leading LMP2s. The gap's still at 14.5 seconds. So it seems to be that Dmitry Bushka has found the ways and means to keep Magistricus at bay for the moment. Just coming into the closing stages, or almost approaching the final hour of the 6 hours of Road Atlanta. One final pit stop still to go for the LMP2s. And that gap will then determine the potential overall victory. And it'll be a sprint race to the finish, as always, here in the WCC. One of the, I think that was maybe the leading number 6. No, it wasn't. It was the 66 again. Swiping down into the S's. Nearly, well, it did make contact with the Porsche on the front end and send them both onto the grass. But thankfully, nothing more than that. Now, in the closing stages here, it seems that the Corvette is the stronger of the two GT3s. It's now down to 25 seconds separating the two, so he's already found an extra 5 against the leading 98 Luna Racing. Got the 17 inside pit lane. Won't be for the final time for Team RGPL. 47 seconds stationary. I just saw it as it went on to the pit lane exit line once more. And back up to racing speed. These two GT3s are still going strong. 0.7 seconds now for the 19. Closing down on the Ferrari ahead. This is Bros Racing in their red variant, the 88. And coming down now into turns 10 and the chicane. So we now have some of the teams coming into the pit lane for the final time. The 23 from 4th place coming in, and also Panica Gaming in 8th coming into pit lane for the final time. That will be enough to get them to the end of this race without any shadow of a doubt. 1 hour and 1 minute remaining. And just as we approach the final closing stages of this evening's race, don't forget to give us a thumbs up, please, to get us that extra tiny bit of exposure, and also subscribe if you do like this kind of racing. If you love endurance racing, then why not join us for more. 0.7 seconds between these two teams now as they're coming down through the S's. On goes through the 17 as he splits the traffic coming down into the S's, and 0.6 seconds now between the 19 Simco Porsche and the Bros Racing Ferrari ahead. Battle's closing down quite nicely as we enter the final hour here, officially now in the closing stages. Any pit stops that are made for the GT3s will be the final stop, and LMP2 wise, any stops made in the next 15 minutes or so will be the final stop as well. So we've got to wait a little while before the LMP2s all dive into the pit lane, but anything past 45 minutes or onwards will be I think the last final time they come into the pits. Speaking of which, the 6 Black Hawk Racing car is on lap 22, and the car of Mantis Ricus is on lap 24. So at this stage, by a very slight margin, it is Black Hawk Racing that hold the advantage. We may, depending on where they decide to stop, see a 2-stop strategy for the final dash to the checkered flag for these front-running cars. Pim Van Aert in the 57 on lap 24, and 17 has already just conducted another lap, but I still think they're going to have to do one more. They did 23 laps, followed by lap 4, which is their current stint. So I still think that they're going to have to go for one more pit stop too. Now, yeah, the Porsche's been able to get by the 88. Sorry, I was too indulged in tactical data when I was talking about this. So, yeah, the 19's got by into 5th place. So, Simco 19 Porsche moving up by 1. It's a very strong finish for them here this evening, as goes for the sister car, who's currently occupying 3rd place after the technical difficulties faced by the 29. In the LMP2 category, we have this battle between Max Scholten and the number 2 from Team Ricky Monsters. 1 second separating both these cars. Let's quickly touch on the GT3 leaders. So Adam on lap 28 at the moment, as we're still going to view this LMP2 battle. But yeah, Luna Racing, lap 28 out of 40. As we enter the final stages here. They could pit at any time between now and the checker flag. Depends how the car handles. Sometimes cars handle at higher fuel loads, which is a strange thing to say, but I've certainly found in my time that I prefer a heavier car as opposed to a lighter one in some cases, depending on what circuit you're at. And especially with high-speed corners, you probably want a lighter car so it can respond easier here at Road Atlanta. So they'll probably go to the end of this stint. Luna Racing, Trax VR Racing, on the other hand, lap 12 of their current stint, with Andrew Parkinson still behind the wheel. He'll probably go potentially down into either the last half an hour of the race, maybe even 10 minutes remaining before coming into pit lane. That's my estimations, as they call them, or my guesswork, as is reality. Now we still have 25 running cars, and the 87 still going strong. I have to admire them for their efforts here this evening, despite all that's happened. Of course, that screen freeze and all of those internet problems that they've been experiencing has left them in a really bad position, unfortunately. But you know, at the same time, it takes dedication and courage to keep on going in face of all that's happened, especially when those things are completely out of your control. Daniel Ersling doing an amazing job alongside his teammate. And they're actually going to score some points here this afternoon after coming 15th place, I believe. So they'll get a single point. I know it doesn't sound like much and I'm taking the mickey, but at least it is something. It all wasn't in vain. Or wasn't all in vain, should I say, sorry. And Arcadia Satriba setting the fastest lap in the GT3 category here. The recovery drive coming into play as he tries to unlap himself on cars around him. Next in target was the 18 Simcoe. But he'll have to do that again if he's to take that position for certain. 1:17.9 is the fastest lap here. How does that compare to the fastest guys? It's actually 1:18.2, so it's an extra 0.3, 0.4 seconds faster than anyone else at this stage of the race. So really pushing to make up for lost time. All the teams are on slightly different strategies here. We're just waiting for that final dive into pit lane. And then we will really see who has the more favourable set of cards. Adam in the leading BMW for Luna Racing in the 98 over the crest of the hill of the final corner. Oh, bit of a moment here for the 98 going off wide in the first corner. Opened up the steering wheel, doesn't want that to develop into anything more serious. Right thing to do. But it's very, very rare that you see the 98 make a mistake in one of these events. Is that the 57 in pit lane? Yes, so there we go. The final pit stop made by Pim van Ark and 57. 50 minutes remaining. Even that might be a slight stretch for these cars here. So they may still need to come into pit lane one final time. The LMP2s typically last around 40 to 50 minutes depending on the circuit. But Road Atlanta being so fast-paced and high speed, I imagine the fuel consumption will be more on the high end than anything else. Now the gap between DSG Motorsports and Team RGPL. Oh, was that a big crash? I heard a crunch. I heard a big crunch. If we go on board the ATS, it's coming through turn 1. Oh, is that Andrew Parkinson? No, it's not. It's the sister car, the number 12. Rick Hooper into the barrier at turn 1. I saw a hint of orange, and I thought that was a really big development between these guys. But yeah, they've just maybe done a bit too much right foot coming through the first corner, and that is one damaged Ferrari. Although it seems to be getting underway quite okay. Only the next few corners will tell us the true story of the extent of the damage. That was a really nasty crunch noise, though, as it made contact with the barrier. Seems to be going straight and true. No signs of crabbing or any aero damage, in fact. It seems... Oh, there we go. It's a bit of understeer coming into that corner. And this is a moment because their sister car is right behind them. Andrew Parkinson saying, right, time to let me go by. Please and thank you. And by they go. Oh, really big moment there for Parkinson. Coming to the chicane, too much right foot on the exit. Bit of oversteer on those rear tyres. And where has Rick Hooper gone? Has he dived into pit lane, has he? Or yes, he has. So there goes the Ferrari then. Now, here comes the BMW. 35 laps completed there by Luna Racing and Adam, who's behind the wheel. Mantis Ricus also going by in second place. And the gap for those interested, of course, we were... last time we looked, it was around 14 to 15 seconds. It's gone up to 19 seconds. So Mantis Ricus, the pace that they had, potentially on new tyres, was extremely strong, moving up into second place. But now they seem to be doing... oh no, so 1 minute 9.4 that last time by. So they are still the faster car by at least a second. But maybe the traffic being used wisely there by Black Hawk Racing really is going to come down to the final pit stop, I imagine. Let's have a quick look. So the Black Hawk Racing machine has just completed a pit stop. And Mantis Ricus is doing the same 4 laps ago. So they could stretch it and get to the end. It's going to be about fuel management. If they can't, then they need to turn that engine mode right up to the max in order to get that last splash and dash in without losing too much time. And Charlie Rigo, on the other hand, is still giving chase to the number 1 with Robert Pawn, which are our championship leaders. They've been doing really strong work in the last few remaining moments to bring that gap down. Tactically, let's see where they are. They're on lap 5 at the moment of their current stint. Once again, whether or not that will be enough to get to the end, I do not know. Nice judgment there from Charlie Rigo, predicting the pattern taken by the BMW. up on the inside into the undercut. So gap is now up to 6.5 seconds coming into turn 7. So it looks like Robert Bourne starting to extend that gap. Potentially Charlie Rigo saving some fuel. As we mentioned, he came into the pits about maybe 6-7 laps ago. And there may be concerns there about being able to get to the checkered flag on the standard racing mode. So let's switch over to our leading GT3 then, because he surely must be due into pit lane any moment now. Lap 38 currently underway. And coming into the pits this time by, no doubt because there's tons and tons of traffic coming up behind. And in comes the 98 Lunar Racing car. With 41 minutes remaining, goes by the number 11. Into the lead of the race, Andrew Parkinson has been gaining ground in the closing stages here. That Corvette really is the strongest out on the field right now. Besides the BMW from Panic Gaming, of course, they are also on a charge as they try to regain some ground as much as possible. Now the gap for the GT3 leader is up to 73 seconds now as Adam gets back once more underway. 40 minutes remaining in this 6-hour race. We really are coming into the final few moments here. And all the tactical decisions will have led up to this moment. And we now wait for the number 11 to enter pit lane for the final time. And it will be their splash and dash. It will literally be stationary for just a short moment's time before once again getting back underway. And then we will see the final gap between all those involved. Same goes for the LMP2 class. I really doubt that they will be able to get to the end without one more stop. Lap 7 for the number 6, lap 9 for the 15. And the gap up to 17 seconds. 19 now coming under pressure from the 29 with Arcadius Truba behind. Okay, then let's quickly touch on the GT3 side of things. Lap 28 completed by the number 11 from Tracks VR Racing here. Currently leading the race by 73 seconds. Last laps for you was 1:19.2. It's just coming across the start finishing line now. And that is 1:19.1 is the current pace set by the leading GT3. Let's quickly jump over to the second place 98 Lunar Racing, if I can find my words. It's been a long afternoon, clearly. And coming into turn 6 and the penultimate corner before coming onto the back straight now. So we're just going to wait for the data to come on through. Where is Adam going to reappear, so to speak, in terms of the racing pace? He's on lap 5 of his current stint, so he will certainly be able to get to the end of this race, no questions asked. The number 11 still needs to come in for one final time. In the LMP2 field, it is slowly closing up at the front end. Number 6 is leading by just 13 seconds. And yeah, okay, so yeah, we've had a development for on-off racing. We've had another DNF. Thank you for the information, whoever posted that, Charles. Yep. So that leaves our total running cars down to 24 out of 29 that started. That is unfortunate. They were recovering quite nicely, but it wasn't to be, clearly. They've had a tough afternoon, and only made worse by that retirement there. Adam's last lap was a 1:18.6. Andrews was a 1:18.9. And yeah, 79 back underway again. Well, they're back in the car. Looks like there's quite a few people experiencing connection problems this afternoon. And yeah, Charlie Rigo's still DNF. He should be able to rejoin and just get back underway. It's not a DQ, it's only a DNF. So provided the car is still in a drivable state, they might be able to continue the race simply by getting back in the car again. All eyes on the front-running cars though. Mantis Ricas closing once again to the leader. Down to 12 seconds now, or sub 12 seconds. And we have exactly 30 minutes and 50 seconds remaining. Now coming into the final stages of the number 11's stint, 32 laps completed, another 8 laps to go, and they will be in pit lane. So the remaining time will be around 15 minutes or so, between 15 to 20 minutes. That is when they will be coming into the pit lane. Some onboard laps for the Corvette then, as we go into that very decisive moment here in this motor race. Has anyone else noticed that this race is actually going to be more than 6 hours long? Because there's 27 minutes remaining. It's 10 to 8. We started the race at... there was 6 hours and 5 minutes in total for the race. At about 2:05, minus the... or plus the time it took to grid, which is about 2 minutes. 1 minute, 2 minutes. So where has this extra time come from? It's now 10-2. 10-2. The latest we should be finishing is 10 past 8 at the very least. But we've still got 27 minutes remaining. How is that even possible? And the overlay's not broken either. I'm refreshing it and it's still saying 26 minutes. Did we started later than 10 past 2? I didn't even know. What on earth? So we started 10 minutes behind schedule. That just shows how much attention I'm paying, doesn't it? And Charlie Rigo still not able to get back underway, unfortunately. They're going to try to resolve that as soon as they can. 26 minutes remaining, and the Trax VR Racing is coming into pit lane after completing 35 laps. They're short stinting this time by. They're not empty. And they are now going to come to a complete stop for the final time here for Trax VR Racing's Corvette. In the meantime, Adam is going into turns 5. And coming into the final corners. Oh, sorry, not final corners. Turns 6 and 7. So coming into sector 2. On to the back straight he goes.
All drivers, this is race control. Stand by for code 80.
Code 80. So this is going to be a massive... fortunate moment
code
here
80 in 5,
4,
3.
This has 4.
2.
You couldn't
1.
make this up.
Code 80 in effect.
You could not make this up. You really couldn't. I mean, who has run into some bad luck here? Just going down the order quickly, trying to find who may have been so misfortunate. But that has pretty much decided the GT3 race. No, it's not the Ferrari. It's not... I can't find anyone that's damaged. Blackhawk Racing into pit lane. Mantis Ricus into pit lane. There's some cones. Oh, there you go. We're along the right tracks. Some cones. Ah, the number 2. Yes, okay. So the number 2 from Team Ricky Monsters. Missing a rear wing on that particular LMP2. However, that is really bad news for Luna Racing. Colin Sanders re-emerging from pit lane with 20 seconds advantage. So that is a really strong position to be in with 24 minutes remaining. Adam would practically need to find at least a second a lap over Trax VR Racing in order to attack or apply pressure to take the lead of this race. In the meantime,
Drivers stand by for green flag.
In the meantime, Mantis Ricus has taken the lead in the LMP2 class with that final round of pit stops.
3, 2, 1. Green, green, green.
And Dimitri Bushka also outside of pit lane, 7 seconds behind. So this is all up for grabs now. So we've had 2 lead changes here. Or sorry, 1 lead change in the LMP2 class and a development for the Trax VR Racing Corvette. Also going through is the 33 from DSG Motorsports. That's the number 2. Undergoes further repairs. Still no good news from the garage of the 79. Charlie Rigo still stationary inside that pit box. And race control is going to try to DQ and un-DQ them to allow them to take back control of the car. Seems to be some technical issues back at home in the real world. So Mantis Ricus now in charge here for the LMP2 class. And all eyes now fall on the Blackhawk Racing number 6. They have already claimed a few victories this season. One was at Silverstone, the second at Mid-Ohio. all the other victories pretty much belong to Team Rookie Monsters and the number 1, and with the exception of Spa, which went to the number 2 Team Rookie Monster car. So this could be a really great way for Mantis Rikus to introduce himself into the Juicy's Motorsport clubs, or alternatively, if the number 6 comes home victorious, it'll be another victory for them, their 3rd of this season so far. I mean, in regards to the GT3 way of things, the number 11, Tracks VR Racing, must have a freaking crystal ball inside the garage. They must have a someone that can do profits and prophecies, etc. Because that lap, why did they decide to come in on that lap at that specific moment? It's almost as if they knew that number 2 was going to have a bad moment and crash somewhere. It was just, you could not make the chips fall in the right place at the right time for these guys. They've just done everything correctly. And, also with a bit of luck, granted, they are in a very strong position with 21 seconds ahead of the rest of the guys. But that's it. I call it here and now. It's got to be magic, to know that you're going to have that, let's go in on this exact lap when we've got plenty of fuel left in the car. It just, it's very, very coincidental. Very lucky indeed. Now this battle for the lead is coming down very quickly indeed. Mantis Rikus in the lead, but only by a hair's width. 2 seconds between these two teams. Black Hawk Racing and Dmitry Bushka really on a charge in the closing stages. Last lap was a 1:10.3 and a 1:11.9. So Mantis on old tyres it seems, and Dmitry on new tyres. In fact, yeah, I've just had a message from the team manager at Juicy's Motorsports, and he's saying that the Black Hawk guys are on fresh tyres and Mantis is on old rubber. So we're going to see this battle come to a close before the day is said and done. 19 minutes still to go, and really pushing the limits of the circuit down into turn 1 is Dmitry Buchka, and Black Hawk Racing starting to close down this gap. Over the crest of the hill into the final corner. Information for you as it becomes available. 1:10.1 for Dmitry Buchka and Black Hawk Racing. Mantis Rikus 1:11.1. A whole second quicker that last time by. Mantis Rika's doing everything he can to keep Blackhawk Racing at bay. Coming across the start finish, it is a 10.3, so responding in kind, keeping that gap at the exact same distance it was just a lap ago. So they are starting to get those temperatures back up to the operating window. So Dmitry Bushka coming. Oh, bit of a moment there for both the cars. Oh, Jesus Christ, Dmitry. Give us all a heart attack. Nearly goes into the barrier head on after biting off more than the car can handle at the apex of turn 5. Sorry for the cursing there. Hope nobody is religious in the chat. But that was certainly a close moment there for Blackhawk Racing. Back up to 1.6 seconds though, coming down into the braking zone. You can tell inside the cockpit that the number 6, they really want this victory. They've been in charge for quite some time, and it's only in the closing stages that Mantis and the 15 have been able to fight back with such strength after the amazing efforts by both their drivers this afternoon. But the number 6 has been equally as determined to take victory here at Road Atlanta. They've won here before in our previous Petit Le Mans when we do our 10-hour races here at this Georgian circuit. Oh, a bit of traffic falling in the favour of the 15 and costing them a slight bit of time as we approach the last 15 minutes here. Now, nobody's really going to be able to tell who's going to come home victorious in this match. Oh, once again, right on the edge of adhesion in the number 6. That rear wheel must have been on the last millimetre of curbing available in the entry to turn 1 there. It's up to 3 seconds now. I think Dmitry just needs to take a step back for a moment, observe what's happening, and just calm down just a bit. You know, overdriving the car can be just as damaging. It needs to be nice, smooth, on point and calculated in order to make up some ground against the likes of Mantis Rikas. .17 coming through into 3rd place. This has been a great battle as well. The DSG Motorsport guys from the 57, Pim Van Ark, currently behind the wheel. But very strong performance from Team RGPL. And they've been essentially trading positions every few pit stops. So always nice to see these guys. And a strong first showing for the 17. Now the battle that's taking place between Kasabakis and Max Scholten. 1 second between these guys. And we are still watching the battle for the lead, so don't worry. It is firmly within my crosshairs and being ready to switch back at a moment's notice once they get into a closer battle with one another. Colin Sanders in the GT3 field. They're about to break the 30-second barrier between themselves and the 98 of Luna Racing. So they are the faster car in the closing stages. And has to be said, they've done a brilliant job pretty much all race long against them. Touching wood when I say that, guys, including my head and the desk. So please don't rip my head off if all goes south very quickly. Now there's 1.8 seconds between both the battle on our screen between Max Scholten and Kasaba Kiss and the other sister Blackwell Racing car who's fighting for the overall lead here. So it's really starting to heat up in the closing few moments. Now down to 0.6 seconds, going back to the lead. And Dmitry Kubushka using the traffic to his advantage. Coming down into the braking zone at turn 10. Starting to apply the pressure now in the closing 10 minutes remaining. Or just 11 minutes, my apologies, remaining. Firmly within the slipstream. Mantis Streakers defending and giving it everything he has. Across the start finishing lines, it's a 109.9 from Dmitry Bushka. That's the fastest he's been in quite some time. And Mantis Rikas, on the other hand, is a 110.9 facing the GT3 traffic that's coming into play now. On board with Dmitry coming into turn 5. Hitting the apex nicely, letting the car drift out, using all the runoff available. Mantis Rikas does the same. Into turn 6, both hitting the apex. And here comes turn 7. The slipstream will be in favour of Black Hawk Racing, of course. Some GT3 cars just up ahead as they crest over the hill on the back straight of Road Atlanta. And 0.5 seconds coming back down now to 0.4 seconds. Getting closer and closer as we approach the braking zone at the chicane. Dmitry has a little peep down the outside, looks for what room is available. Here comes the GT3 traffic, though, playing its part, as it does in endurance racing, down into the final corner, over the crest of the hill. Both go by the number 80 Porsche and also the Simco Porsche, that's the 19, going by. Still side by side, 0.1 second between these two now, coming into turn 1. Up the hill they go to approach the S's once more. You've got the leading GT3 in the form of Traxvr Racing. That's going to impede the progress of Mantis Rikas. He's not going to be able to accelerate out of turn 5 as he would like. Switching over to the left-hand side. Both get by. 0.1 seconds still between them. Dmitry once again having a look down the inside, seeing what options are available to him. Waiting for the run down onto the final of turn 7. Oh, there's a moment there. A small twitch from the back end of the number 6 as he hits the inside curve of turn 7. That's cost him a moment's notice, at least 0.8 seconds. That's all it takes. A small error and he's lost quite a bit of time. Now he needs to get past the GT3 traffic, which he does nicely. Houdini Racing, the Bentley, gets out of the way. The Ferrari from Team Rookie Monsters, though, still the next to navigate past. 1.9 seconds already coming over the crest of the hill and across the start-finishing line. 8 minutes remaining, separating Juices Motorsports with their first victory here in the WCC. This could be the moment they have been waiting for. All going down the inside, bold move there by Mantis Rikas as he gets past the BMW of Row Racing. We still do have that battle between P6 and 7 as well, so let's not discount that for a moment. So as that was one battle that's coming closer and closer together at the same time, we're going to focus on our leaders now. And yes, just confirmed, the 88 has unfortunately timed out this race. Another DNF to add to the list. So casualties were looking fairly minimal here at Road Atlanta, but in the closing stages, most of them seem to be mechanical issues as well, or hardware problems in the real world, which is sad to see. But the 88 being the next one to join the list of DNFs, unfortunately. Dmitry starting to refocus his efforts as he drifts into turn 3. Just calm down, focus on the next corner, think of nothing else. back to this battle then. Is coming closer and closer. Kazabakis and Max Shelton. 1 second between these two guys. We'll switch back to the leaders if they decide to come closer again. 6 minutes remaining here at the 6 hours of Road Atlanta, ladies and gents. It's getting very close indeed. On board with Max Shelton and DSG Motorsports coming across the start-finish line. Yellow in Sector 2. Could that be a pretty nasty moment? It's disappeared now, thank God. And we're keeping a close eye on our leading cars. This would be the perfect time to attack, of course. There's not a lot of traffic in terms of GT3s at this side of the circuit. Most of them seem to be on the far side. So Dimitri's got the perfect opportunity to apply pressure onto Mantis because he has new tyres. He has the pace. He certainly has the advantage as Mantis Rikas just puts in a 109.8 on used tyres. That is a very strong, incredible pace indeed. And Dimitri doing a 1 minute 10 dead. So pretty much even in terms of their lap by lap pace right now.
Drivers be advised, track is green.
Nope. So I don't know if there was a bit of a delay in the race directors. Maybe he sent a message that we didn't hear, as that has happened before. But he said the track was green again, but I didn't hear that it wasn't. But that might have been a small issue causing the yellow flags, perhaps. Coming up into the braking zone at turn 3, down to 1.4 seconds now as he comes over the crest of turn 3. Let's go back to the leaders though as they start to close back down once again to 1.5 seconds. So this is going to be the last few opportunities for Dimitri Bushka and Black Hawk Racing to fight for the overall lead of the race. Yeah, so just a slow Ferrari in Sector 2. Thank you very much for that information. It's all building up to this final moment here for the number 6. Mantis Rikas really is putting in every ounce of energy into this fight. They've really fought their way up the order in the last closing stages in order to be in the position that they are now. Coming across the start finishing line, Dimitri Bushka into the 109s, just barely. Oh, and there's a Ferrari from Trax VR Racing. Wrong time, wrong place. And that's cost them a bit of time. Back into 2.2 seconds. They just can't seem to catch a break. The 88 Ferrari is back up and running. That's good news. Although, albeit a few positions down from where they were initially. .5 seconds coming down into the braking zone. 3 minutes remaining. That is just about, well, essentially 3 laps here at Road Atlanta. They will do 3 more laps as they come over the crest of the final corner, over the start finishing line. Luna Racing still holding on to second place. Got a battle going on for P6 between Max Shelton and Kasabakis. Coming down into the first corner, 0.4 seconds between these guys. Dimitri and Mantis now within 1 second of one another. We're going to have to keep switching back to and fro between these fights. And here comes the battle for the lead. Here comes the battle for the lead, ladies and gents. The GT3 traffic coming through the S's has really gone in favour of Black Hawk Racing this time by. Where they're going to get past, how are they going to get past the Porsche of the number 80? They go around the outside, long way around, 0.9 seconds coming onto the back straight. They will get a very slight slipstream effect coming down the back straight. 1.2 seconds, and it's going up ever so slightly here with Mantis Rikas coming onto the back straight. And yeah, it seems to be that Mantis has turned up the engine mode just ever so slightly to try and increase that advantage coming down into the last final few corners. 1 minute 42 seconds. They will go for 2 more laps. Switching back to the battle for P6. Balatskis, or Kasabakis rather, my apologies, still holding on to 6th place. Max Scholten being held up by some GT3 traffic, goes around the long way on the approach to turn 3. This is extremely close. I dare not say who has the advantage at this moment in time. 0.6 seconds. GT3 traffic coming into play on the exit of turn 7. This is want to be the final attempts on the run down towards the final corner. Once again, Black Hawk Racing really starting to hammer home and gain some ground. 0.9 seconds. Also, one of the Team Rookie Monster cars going by for a lap back. That shouldn't be happening. That's a blue flag. That's not fair. And who is that? That's Robert Pawn in between the two of them. Yeah, that's blue flags. He shouldn't be there. That's really starting to ruin the race between these two guys. You shouldn't be doing that. Yeah, it's already over. I mean, why would you even do that? That's dirty. Really dirty. Why would you just take the position to then immediately surrender it? That just stinks. That just stinks of tactics, you know? In the meantime, this battle between P6 and P7 now coming into play. Max Scholten coming into the final corner. Oh, sorry, turn 7, my apologies. Slipstream will be in effect. Manchester Streak is coming into the final few corners here for Juices Motorsport. Their first victory in the championship. They've waited a long time for this. What a display as they come across the start finishing line in first place. Dmitry Bushka and the Black Hawk Racing car coming home in P2. Team RGPL will go for one final lap and come home in third, it seems. And Black Hawk Racing and the 66 were just able to hold off Max Scholten in the DSG Motorsport team. Colin Sanders in the GT3 class coming home in their first ever victory here. They will still need to go for one final lap, it seems, before coming home. I'm not too sure if they came across the start finishing line in the nick of time, but they will come home victorious. Their first and ever victory in the WCC, their best result. They actually came home first at the 3-hour mark and the 6-hour mark, so this is going to be a really strong result for them. And Luna Racing having to settle for second place. Very rare occasion when this team does not come home with at least 25 points at some point in an event, but today was not their day, it seems. And then Balaskis in the Porsche, still going on their last final lap here for Team Simco. They are doing extremely well at coming across the start finishing line in P3 after staying very consistent when the rest of the grid started to fail around them. So there we have it as the teams come across the start finishing line. We are now just going to have a look at the official results for you and get to know where everyone finished in this afternoon's race. Starting with the LMP2s, of course, as they all now get to the end. So Manchester Streakers with Juices Motorsport Clubs coming home in first place, followed by Dmitry Bushka and Black Hawk Racing. David and the 17th from Team RGPL in third, and then Pim Van Aert for DSG Motorsport in P4. Rounding up the top 5, Robert Form for the Team Rookie Monsters and Kazabakis for Black Hawk Racing in P6. Max Scholten in the 33 for DSG Motorsports, followed by the number 2 from Team Rookie Monsters in P8. Royal Blue Racing come home in P9. And then Charlie Rigo, unfortunately, another real-life incident where the hardware just failed them. And then last but not least, another DNF in the prototype class for Juices Motorsport Club in the 16. Moving on to the GT3 side of things, congratulations to the number 11, their first ever victory for Colin Sanders and Trax VR Racing and Luna Racing coming home second place for the 98. Velasquez coming home with the final podium position in the 18, and then Rowe Racing in the 23 in P4. Simon Marshall for Team Rookie Monsters rounding out those top 5 positions, and also the 19 Simco car in P6. Panica Gaming are the P7 holders with Arctis Treba, and then Christian Sainz with Shattered Windshield Racing in P8. Wayne Newton and the McLaren for Task Force Racing in P9 for the 22, and then Team Rookie Monsters in the number 3 come home in 10th. Panica Gaming and the 76 for 11th, Bros Racing and the 88 for P12, Rick Hooper and Trax VR Racing AM in P13, Houdini Racing for the 77 in P14, and then the last of the runners is Daniel Ersling and Bros Racing. What a horrible afternoon they have had, how unfortunate for them. Well, that concludes the action here at the 6 hours of Road Atlanta, ladies and gents. It's been one hell of an afternoon's worth of racing. I hope you have enjoyed it. If you did, then please don't forget to give us a thumbs up on that live stream. It really does mean a lot to us, and if you want to view more races such as this, then I highly recommend you hit that sub button. In 2 weeks time, the action continues when we go over to Road America, where it will be round 9, the penultimate round, and then of course the final will be hosted at Sebring. So Road America and then Sebring, 2 great circuits. You don't want to miss that at all. So be sure to tune in a short moment's time to watch those. If that doesn't take your fancy, we still have the Trofeo Sprint Cup that gets back underway this Wednesday.
Is race control. A 5-second post-race penalty will be applied to the number 2 for causing collision.
And so race control, just reviewing something in the last few moments there for the number 2. But yes, if that doesn't take your fancy, then you can always have a look at the Trofeo Sprint Cup, which gets back underway on Wednesday. That will be at the Nürburgring GP, and for the final 2 weeks after that, it will be going to Spa. So a lot of action to take place there. Thanks to everyone that's participated in this event. Thanks again to all of our race marshals out there who do as good as a job as they possibly can to make sure it's all fair for everyone in love and war. But that's it for us here at Chequered Flag Simsports, and we'll see you in 2 weeks time for the next one. Take care out there, and we will see you later.